Alright. PVE Sludge. Let's go. Well, and the rift are still technically open, but I don't think there's anyone left after this. Alright, let's do these dailies and then we'll get started on the dungeon. Okay. So as far as I'm aware, I have like, I want to say 10 dungeons per character or something. Yeah, we're gonna be here a while. Bruh. So many people farming pets here. So many people farming pets while AFK, I should say. Brother. Let me do my daily, holy. Man, even the fucking idiots are farming here. Yeah. One right there as well. So yeah, the good news is, with that whole daily shenanigans, I think I have it's a siege seasonal that I have to finish, but that should mean that I'm gonna be able to buy my Tribunus ring next week if I complete both again, which, based on like how they're doing the defense ones, I think that should be very doable. So yeah, I guess we are preparing the transfer situation. Upcoming ring. How much is the ring actually? How much AP do I need to prepare? 400k? Oh, that's fine. I don't even need to prepare anything. The weekly AP will be plenty. Finally start and make a dent on that Tribunus gear, although I'm gonna get my first beast next week, but the next one is probably gonna follow like a month later or something, unless they change something. I mean, I guess with the new PvP emote, they could be adding like medals as rewards. We'll see. That's supposed to be coming next week, actually. A bit weird that they didn't release it this week since we don't have a dungeon, but you know. It is what it is. Gonna be a lot to stomach at the same time next week. I'm still somewhat praying that this new mode is gonna be some limited time event type stuff, like happens once a day or something, like Dredgen. Yeah, got one. A good haul actually. 5 tickets, that's incredible. I need to make some more food actually. I'm about to run out. Okay, I'll take care of those pets later. A couple of Gina stuff to guess just nature. Yeah. I'm just not getting any of those orange lines, man. Like bonus. Man. Alright. Let's get started with the dungeon situation. Okay, so this character has 3 to do. I can do Dramata, yeah. I mean, it's either that or I keep my energy for the upcoming dungeon, which I don't really think I need to do, to be honest. Like I'm not gonna need anything from the new dungeon, so I'll just use the energy I have when it comes out. What I need right now is money. I mean, I could try and join the hard mode, maybe. The group. Like this guy. Yeah. Holy. Well, Cleric Chanta's not the best, but we'll see if they want a ball. Also, let me change my tab targetings. Okay, thought so. If there's anyone else. Oh, there's this guy. On the right gear, right? Yeah. This glad is 3k though. For hard mode, that's a bit, you know. DSM is like okay, but the glad concerns me a bit. The glad is a bit low. Also, the glad has no title apparently. We'll see. Yeah, sure, I'll give it that, just in case. Do I really keep that? I mean, I guess I can for hard mode. Also, change this to the res before I forget. Also, this guy is just training the entire fucking dungeon, I guess. I think they're going on the reset spot. It's a bit silly, like literally all you have to do is just like hug the left wall, but you know, I guess that's one way to do it. Are they just going to activate that and TP back to the other one, or what are we doing here? Yeah, these guys TPing. They still haven't activated the other one though. Okay, there we go. Is really teleporting? Are they just skipping the first boss? Okay. Why? First time I see a group do this, I'm gonna be honest. Also, this guy's already dead, so that's great things are happening. What the fuck is this group, dude? What are these people? Yeah, this Glad is just dying to everything. Like he's literally getting auto attacked to death in like 2 hits. Right. I don't know if I'm gonna stay in this, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, when they hit the mob, the DPS isn't terrible, but these guys are unironically just getting one-shot by everything. Jesus Christ. What the fuck, dude? Well, I guess we'll see. I mean, if they skip the first boss, we're gonna be done pretty fast, right? So we're about to figure it out real quick. Are they skipping or are they coming back to the first one? Yeah, it looks like they're just like full on skipping the first boss. That's crazy. I've never seen anyone do that, but okay. Oh, you're right, my healing knight isn't level 16 on PvE. I still need to... Oh, dude. I need to reroll one of my PvE rings to healing knight. Yeah, I'm just not gonna do that for now. I'm gonna be honest. The soulbind situation has already been not treating me the best lately. Thankfully, Sanctuary is helping a lot, but you know, still a bit rough, to say the least. Yeah, I'm not sure how this Glad is gonna fare on the end boss, because I mean, I don't think he's even gonna be able to tank, right? I'm just gonna assume the like the Sork is gonna take aggro or something. Let's see. God, I actually got auto attacked for half of his health, dude. Oh no. Okay, well. I mean, so far he's holding on. I mean, I don't know if he's tanking. I think the Sork might be. Also, DPS is a bit on the lower end, but I think it's doable, probably. There's nothing here, I'm just gonna leave it here. Yeah, I think this is on pace. Should be, even with the second like cutscene. The two mages are juicing pretty hard. Yeah, can already res you in 10 seconds, bud. Sorry. Wow, I'm surprised he survived that. Actually, I thought he was dead for sure. Yeah, I think DPS is gonna be fine. It's still so weird though. Why did we skip the first boss? I just don't understand. Like, can it just not be bothered because they knew it was just gonna be a death fest based on like the amount of damage they were taking? I guess. Because the first one is the first boss is a bit rough if you get one shot by everything. Yeah, with ping it's pretty unpredictable. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for this to be over. Yeah, we're gaming. Nice. Gloves. Yeah. I mean, okay. Considering I'm probably getting my tribunals in the ring next week, I'll just keep these to morph into the transfer mat, right? This is the highest level. How much would be an accessory? I'm guessing it would be like 2 gold, right, for an accessory or something like that. Let's see if they want to go again. They sure do. Yeah, I'm guessing accessories too, right? Should be 2 accessory, 3 armor, 4 weapon, I guess. So this is the one, gives 5. Accessory needs 10, yeah, so 2. Okay. I guess they just skipped the first boss then. Okay. I mean, I guess I don't mind. I mean, even one boss, like one boss hard mode is still better than 2 bosses normal mode, to be honest, so. Doesn't matter that much. It's just a bit weird, I guess. I'll still go here just in case they want to do it again, and if they don't, I'm just gonna TP to their obelisk. Yeah, okay. I mean, they straight up don't want to do the first boss, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling. This node's latency is slightly different from the one I used yesterday. Just need to adapt to it. Yeah. So where's the other guy? Is he just opening the TP or something? Jesus Christ. I would appear to be the only person alive. Yes. Good stagger, although he's probably gonna do it again anyways. Well, maybe not. I guess the default guy is probably just opening the last one. There he is. Oh, for that guy. Yeah, okay, he opened it. Cool. Hard speedrun XD. I guess I just stop attacking on the stomp because this latency doesn't allow me to just attack in a straight line. It is what it is. Let's go. I mean, DPS was fine anyways. We had a bit of leeway, surprisingly enough. There we go. DPS loss, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Oh my god. Hello, Leah. I'm doing fine. How about you? The PVE kind of day, so you know, it's gonna be a chill one. Yeah. Had an interesting pre-stream, I would say. Logged on and Old God got invaded by like 100 Ilios, so I somehow managed to do my defense quest, which is good. Means I'm probably getting my Tribunus ring next week. Big things are happening. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make that in time, but Yeah, had a feeling. Yeah, I mean the Abyss is just like fucking Zerg City right now, to be honest. Even on my server, I mean you saw, right? The zone is just too damn small, and also no one is going to the Central Abyss right now, which kind of sucks. I mean, we know why they're not going, right? But yeah, come on, guys, say Chromate is dead. I mean, Chromate is the international server, quote unquote, right? It probably lost a bit of activity just because of the fact that global players are probably... I think a lot of global players like got filtered out by... I'm just gonna leave that here. Got filtered out by Season 2, especially at the beginning, right? So yeah. So it probably lost a bit of activity, but you know. Then again, if you're on Chromate, then and you're getting Zerg, then it's the activity of the Ilios server that matters in that front, I suppose. I don't know which server Chromate is matched against. I'm dead. Cannot be attacking during this right now. Brother, what is my character doing? Try and fight in main city today. On my server? I mean, that's what happened earlier. There was a huge fucking invasion. But yeah, either way, I'm not doing PvP today, so... Whatever happens is out of my radar right now. Because I literally have like 10 plus dungeons to do on each character. We're gonna be here a while. Unless I get bored, but... Game in Chromate. I think what's going on is like the raid lead or whatever, wherever people are in charge are colluding, right? They're just like handshaking on like invasion times for everyone to do their quest, which, you know, that's fine. Because I mean, what I saw wasn't really like collaboration or anything. It was literally just an all-out fight of like Big Zerg versus Big Zerg. Yeah, they're going again. I'll just gather all that decide, I guess. So that's fine. Well, this guy left. Alright. I think I have like one more to do. But yeah, if that means I can do my defense quest, that's fine by me. Because God knows I need a source of gold medals right now. Holy shit. Okay, this already has Genta. $3,600, yes. Roll. I mean, I'll try to join a hard mode group if I did it, but I'm not too hard pressed about it if I can find. Yeah, well, these guys need a... Yeah. That's fine. People sniping? You mean the colluding for the... Brother, did you really fucking refuse me? Have you seen your fucking gear? Like the people colluding for the rifting, yeah. I mean, I'm guessing if my server does that, other servers are probably doing it. For me, it's far from dead. I think most servers are probably fine. Like, I think the biggest issue stands on the Helios servers, not the Asmo ones. There's definitely like less activity on the Helios servers in general. Oh, this guy invited me, and I'm just gonna stay with these guys. I kind of want to do like a reboss if I can, to be honest. Also, why is my frame rate all weird all of a sudden? Going as more audios for global. I'm not. I'm just not really pressed about it, like one way or the other. It's gonna depend on a couple of factors. Like, I wouldn't mind trying out Helios just to like see the other side, you know, experience the game for everything it has to offer. It's also gonna depend on like if I play with other people, stuff like that. Like basically, I'll just play whatever I'm needed in. Like both faction and class is probably gonna be more so in other people's hands than my own, because I just don't really care really one way or another. Factions are now pretty much the same. I mean, even on Ion 1, I didn't really care, right? I played Helios on EU Classic, even though I usually played Asmo, right? You're sticking to Cleric? I don't know. Like, again, it's gonna depend on a couple of factors, right? Like, the first factor is this game going to release more group PvP content? And if yes, is it actually going to be like a major part of the loop? And if yes, am I going to have to find a pre-made for it? And if yes, what class do they need, right? Now, usually with those things, right, I'm usually asked to go support because nobody wants to play support, right? So it's probably going to be a support class that I'm going to be playing, but who knows? Who knows? Also, my game is a bit laggy. I don't know. I don't know if on stream you guys can see that my frame rate is like worse for some reason. But yeah, my frame rate just like, it feels like I'm capped at like 40 or something. Looks good. That's odd. Well, whatever. Yeah, something is off on my main monitor. Doesn't matter on this, again, Radiant Recovery level 20 Cleric. Yeah, Radiant 20 is like incredible. Hey look, one of those U-bot things. It's been a while since I've gotten one of these. Usable dry bone. What a name, dude. What a fucking name for a bot. Holy shit. Best viewers. Fuck, crazy. Yeah, it's been a while since I've gotten one of these. Probably because I actually have like more viewers than average, especially the last few days, but the early streams always have a bit less people at the beginning. Which is fine. Yeah, my frame rate is definitely fried right now. I think I'm just gonna restart the game. Yeah, let me just do that real quick. Might be a memory leak sort of situation. Let me just fix that real quick. I'm sure you guys don't mind. Just make sure everything is okay. Yeah, everything should be fine. Alright, let me restart that bad boy. And so you're streaming a few days. Oh, Asalon? Yeah, that's true actually. I meant to host the guy yesterday, but he wasn't around, so Let's see. Aha! The Iron 2 process is bugged. Oh, hold on. Let me kill it. And let me restart the game, and maybe we're gonna be bing chilling now. There we go. But yeah, slight change of plans with the money situation, with the fact that I was actually able to get my my defense quest going this week. I'll have to like put a bit aside to handle the arrival of the Tribunus ring next week, which is fine. It's only like 10 mil anyways. Tribunus also starts as a 2-set effect, right? So I'm probably just gonna grab 2 rings real quick, ASAP. Get the first set effect. Should be damage, I'm guessing, on the first one. And then I'll get a big piece third. I hope they start giving us more ways to get more ways to get gold medals soon. At least like a few shards here and there. Because like for classes that don't get anything out of sieges and world bosses, it's been kind of rough. Yeah. I'll give it a bit, but it seems like my frame rate is still a bit weird. I'm not sure what's going on here. Like, it looks fine on my second monitor, but on my main one it doesn't for some reason. Wait. Dude. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just deal with it. Whatever. Alright, back to the dungeons. What in the world? Oh, this is normal mode. Okay, I was like, what the fuck are you doing here, brother? Two glads. What a comp. Yeah, I mean, Chanta, I'm probably just not gonna join that. Alright. What the hell? The frame rate is getting worse. What is... Let me try this. Let me go into my boat. Like a low resource kind of area. See if it gets any better there. Yeah, no, it's just really choppy for some reasons. I think it's only my main monitor though, because on my second monitor it seems fine. Well, this is annoying. me check if something got whopped for some reason. Is the V-Sync situation? Critical thing. I don't know, see. Nope. Still bad. Chanta, huh? Really? Ooh, yikes, brother. Please tell me you're not keeping that. What in the world is this? How is that a piece of equipment that exists in the game? I mean, like, that's fine. Yeah, that's completely okay. Like this? Brother. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being reasonable. Nope. There's already a cleric in this room, buddy. Nah. Hey, Ranger? How's that? I mean, that's okay. Although, like, come on, dude. Dude, you really went and plus 20 that? Brother. SMH. Don't do range, like, extendable weapons on range, guys. Don't do it. Is the group lead just AFK? Tell it ain't so. Yeah, okay, well, I guess I'm just finding a new group. Great, excellent use of my time that was. Yeah, that's why hard mode is like kind of chugs. Blue Draw extendable is not bad. I mean, in a way, yes, because you still have the full soul binds, right? And it's item level 98, but I mean, I have yet to see one in the wild. I mean, I did see a great sword. I saw a great sword, yeah, but it's not very, you know, not very common. Yeah, this guy is like a bunch of Chinese character with dog at the end, so I don't want to know what the rest of the name means. Okay, well, he kicked me. Great. I have a feeling I know what the rest of the name means now. I'm gonna be honest, this frame rate shit is like really bothering me, because like, okay, I think on the stream it looks fine, but for some reason the game is like 30 FPS on my screen. I don't know why. Like, it's looking very cinematic, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Let me just test one thing. No, that doesn't change anything. Great, excellent. Yeah, let me go to the abyss and try to kill people real quick. See if it fixes itself in action. Yeah, so 3 meters to kind of PvP, you have the range advantage. Doesn't do anything. you do not get to use the extra range in PvP ever, unless you're like doing Zerg PvP and you want to stay further into your pack. Like, that's the only situation where it does anything. Also, let me change my settings real quick. But yeah, the extendability on range is just bad in this game. It just doesn't do anything. Unless you're Zerging. Very specifically. Because, like, between the movement speed reduction in fight and the fact that every melee has 50,000 gap closes, yeah. It was an interesting decision to run away when you paralyzed me, but not one that I am fundamentally opposed against. He's salvation. He has a couple of clerics, I believe. I think he will still die. Yeah, just by essence of the amount of azimuths we have here. I know this guy. Brother, like, are you sure you want to do this again? I feel like we've experienced this yesterday already. PVE stream, by the way. Don't get it mistaken. We are just quickly experiencing a few technical problems and want to iterate on them, you know. And 1, 2, 1. Yo, sick evasion, dude. Where'd you find it? Yeah, I mean, no, the frame rate is like... It seems to just be locked at like 30. I don't know what it is. So weird. One, two, one. Paralyzed. Nice. Words I didn't think I would say today. I'm paralyzed. Supreme Commander, I think? Yeah. No? Never mind. I saw that wrong. Now this, however. Massive invuln. Oh, that's the next one right there. Did they give like the different ranks of X-Form like different colors now? Because like I'm guessing this guy's martial, right? Because I think all of them were like gray before, but this guy is like red, and the X-Form from yesterday was red as well. I mean, I still think they should separate the X-Forms by race like in everyone, but you know, that's just me. Okay, well, I'll go out and resume my dungeon situation. Wait, my frame rate is fixed. Brother, what the fuck? Okay, sure. Whatever, man. I'm not gonna try to understand it. Whatever you say, game. I guess killing people was the solution after all. Ah, shit. Ah, he left. Bruh. Dude, I literally just hit hard mode with like a guy at 3k with no PvE gear. Like, come on, it definitely isn't that serious. You don't have to be like this, alright? And oof. Breakthrough on chromate accessories is a choice, for sure. I mean, I'm just gonna do normal mode if all else fails, to be honest. I just want to do hard mode to get gear for the inheritance stuff, if I can. Oh my goodness. Nah, not even Splendid though? What a fucking loser. It's not even active anymore. Sure. So many clerics. I mean, this is probably a carry run to VH. Dude already has 2 clerics. Crazy. Yeah, when these guys are gaming. Look at that. Easy pickings. Okay, do I need to switch back my tab? I think I do. I do. Oh yeah, that's gonna be an easy one. Yeah. Yeah, well, this guy's he's doing the thing. Hopefully this group doesn't also skip the first boss for some reason. God damn, he's actually just grabbing everything. Are we really doing this right now? Like, you're not gonna pull the boss, are you? Okay, well, sure. Surely not all of the mobs are just gonna fucking attack me, right? That's an approach, really bold approach. Let's see if it pays off. Yeah, as expected, I'm getting blasted by a lot of mobs here. I don't know why he did that. See what happens to me every run. I mean, okay. You know, usually people pull a couple of mobs on the way to the boss, but the Templar pulling the entire dungeon on purpose right in front of me is that's a first. Yeah, that is definitely a first. So I just have the debuff on myself. Is it just gonna blow up? Do you think? What? Okay, well, that's interesting. The bigger the whale, the bigger the pull. I mean, I think the biggest whale in this group is the assassin. Like the Templar is definitely just like, he's just happy to be here. You know what I mean? I don't know if he mistook this for easy mode, but you know, I mean, it didn't go that bad, I guess, all things considered. Only one death, one casualty. Not bad, not bad. Okay, Gladiator pulling everything, dying, then leaving. Classic. I mean, yeah, I will say that usually, typically speaking, like a full Horned Dragon gamer in Pugs is usually not like a good sign. I've had more bad things happen to me than good things with those type of players. You know what I mean? I'll just say my best runs were not with those kind of people. There you go. Yeah, we have the dungeon on us again, but you know, the ranger is running for his dear fucking life. I mean, at least if anything, the DPS is pretty alright. Yeah. At the end of the day, as long as we clear, even though the decision making was a bit questionable, it's fine. Holy. Bruh. Ah yes, good body blocking. Great job, guys. I mean, I'll accompany the guy. All three of these guys are from the same server, and they're saying like weird shit in the party chat now. Bruh. Damn, that ranger, okay. Dude, come on. Like, that ranger did not go break eggs, and he still got feared. How do you even achieve to do that? Like, you never left the boss and you still got feared. Like, huh? Well, that is a dead as fuck boss, at least. I'm barely halfway. Chess piece, nice. Well, I guess I'd eventually replace my chess piece with one of these, but with the breakthrough, I think it's still going to be high level than one of these at level 11 for now. Alright. That's dealt with. Damn, these stats are not great. Okay. So we're done on this character, I believe. Yep, alright, on to the next one. Time for some Templar gaming. Okay, so I believe I already bought that, right? I think I already got everything on every character preemptively. Making sure. Yeah, okay, we're good. So we have 1,000, so that's like 12 runs. Yep, 12 runs. Alright, buckle up. That's exploration. Let's not do that. Yeah, I had a bit of a review of yesterday PvP session just to check like how many bosses that leaving now. Fair enough. Thanks for the follow, Starboy. Yeah, I had a bit of a review of yesterday's PvP session just to see like how well the build change and stuff was working out. And I gotta say, I'm honestly very satisfied. Like even against like whales and like big gear people, the restoration procs kept happening, and overall like the tankiness was very satisfactory. Yeah, very satisfied with the results for sure. Just need to keep leaning into that, maybe because like right now the my shoulder pads have a % defense instead of regeneration. I think I'm gonna change that. Although I'm a bit short on reroll mat, I'll say that. So I'm gonna wait to stash a few more, and then I'll try to fish out for a bit more regeneration. But yeah, very satisfied. Yeah, are they doing 3? We're doing 2. I'm gonna follow the big boss. I think we're going to. Yeah, like this exact same build. Oh, it's just going this way. Bruh, that's just pulling more mobs though, I don't know why. But if I literally just like complete the set as is, like finish the enchanting and so on and so forth, get a better weapon. With this set, like, I'm basically gonna be invincible. Like, I'm already close to invincible in 1v1 against most classes. Like, Sork is really the only one that's like remotely threatening me, right? So yeah, I think this is finally the one. Like the ranger that just couldn't kill me in arena was a Horned Dragon gamer, like plus 25 Splendid Bow, full Centurion plus 20, and then the Templar that X-formed against me and still couldn't kill me was a full plus 20 Centurion guy as well. Like pretty much all of that. So obviously forgetting about the paralysis incidents. That was really convincing. But then again, there's not much you can do against paralysis right now. Anyways. I'd even argue and say that if it's working this well right now, Cleric is probably a little bit too strong right now. Because I can only imagine if you have a complete set. Like full enchant and like good weapons, so on and so forth. So yeah, the order of business now is just craft a better weapon. I don't know when it's gonna happen, and I'm not quite sure which one I'm gonna go for as of yet, but that is the next thing happening. Out of stam, XD. I'm still hesitant to craft the demonic one, like the eye level 100. Like that would be giga expensive, but if I managed to craft it, I would probably just be set like forever until global comes out pretty much. But my god, is it fucking expensive to craft. Holy shit. Guess I'll just open this one for the new guy. And yeah, also did my due diligence. Finally crafted my gold chalice and my chanta, so I basically just need to do a few things, and then I'll be able to start doing sanctuary and my chanta. Get a few more soulbind items, a bit more kina. That should help a lot, honestly. But yeah, I just have to get there. Alright. I need to extend this character, man. Desperately. I mean, that's... Okay, there we go. Damn. Was I not counted inside of that? That's unfortunate. Damn. Actually finished going inside of the tornado because he was like, yeah, okay, I'm staggered now. Good luck, meaties. Nice. I'll take a gold. Dude, I actually haven't been getting like Derek mats on my ults like almost at all. For quite a while now. Apparently the low level one is like especially expensive right now. I don't know if it still is the case, but I guess I should probably check actually. Let me see. It might be interesting to just do the low level one if that's the case. Crafting. Wow. Holy shit. 3 mil. Yikers, dude. Holy shit. I mean, I guess this one is still 2.4, right? So doing the mid-range dungeon is worth it, but my my Chanta might be going back to low level dungeons just because of that, to be honest. Yeah. That is insane. 3 mil, dude. Holy shit. I'm glad the god I crafted didn't break, you know? That would have been fucking tragic. To rebuy everything in this economy. Okay, I'm still gonna do these ones for the time being. As boss only. 3 boss. Bruh. Doing crown on my soul and got 3 in a row. Jesus. That's 10 mil right there. You mean cannot find room? Just let me in. There you go. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess it makes sense in a way, right? Like everyone is just doing the new dungeons. Everyone who has made ults at this point probably reached... I'm gonna wait for them to open this. Probably has reached like Fire Temple and stuff like that. Or at the bare minimum Vacron and the other one, right? So all of the early Berlic mats, basically no one's farming anymore. And like this is why with season 2 they need to they needed to like go back to doing the rotation of the other beta mats. Like yeah, it does keep value from the quote-unquote older dungeons, but it's gonna create problems, let's just say that. Because the only endgame way to get the old mats is like the old hard modes, which not many people were doing to begin with, but right now especially no one are doing. Because like if you can do like, I don't know, Vacron hard mode, you might as well fucking do Dramata, right? Out of stamina, XD. Yeah, I'm gonna go hit the boss, yeah, sure. That's a dead boss. What level were these guys? Only 2k. Bunch of juices. Okay, next one's gonna be pity. Oh, he re-invited me. Well, sorry, I left too fast. I'll give it a second in case he wants to invite me again. Oh, really? Is that new? Is the toggle here new? That's neat. That's pretty cool. You can toggle to bypass the quick storage setting to just automatically put in stuff that is already present in the storage. That is really nice, actually. I might start using detection seed just because of that. I didn't notice it. It's not re-inviting me. I guess I'm queuing again. One, yeah. And they're just at the beginning. And that's a one boss, okay. Interesting stuff happening in LFG right now. Nobody wants to eat my mom, question mark. Okay, sure. Surely that's slang for something, right? How long have you been playing Iron 2? I've been playing since it opened up. So it's been like, what, 2.5 months at this point? Almost 3? Something like that. And welcome to the stream. This is just an ult, by the way, if you're wondering. My main is, I'm maining a Cleric. Launch Taiwan Bakama. Alright. Bakama is the international, like, Elio server, I believe, right? As far as I'm aware. Nice freeze. Hopefully I make that. Nope. Alright. Left for Korea after a couple of weeks between stability. Yeah, I think a lot of people did that, especially on the international servers, because, like, I think, as far as I remember, the DDoS were mostly targeting those. So, while there was, like, general instability, the Karma and the Chromede were especially hit during that period. And they might just open up for me, but global community abandoned KR. Yeah, I mean, all of that is one of the main reasons why I just kind of avoided the going with the global community on this. I just kind of choose a random ass server and went there. So while I'm mostly left by myself, right, and I have to play with the Chinese community, at the very least I didn't have to deal with any of that. Any of the DDoS stuff and the petty drama and then people abandoning the server, right? That's yeah. Because that's always the risk when you go on like a quote-unquote global community server for those types of games, right? Like, it's gonna be nice at the beginning, and then people are slowly gonna start leaving, and then you're just left with a dead server, right? So, yeah. Not really the play if you just want to play long term. But I've heard that at least for me it is still holding strong, so you should be fine hopefully now. That's a dead ass boss. Not too better than the sub piece. Well, yeah. That is an entirely different debate. Let's just hope that when it comes to the West, the sub is at the bare minimum gonna be Kuna, so we can farm it in game. For sure. Alright. Yeah. Okay, how many bosses is that? Doesn't say. No, assume it's one boss. Bruh. But yeah, I mean, also, if you initially started on Ilia's server, like, obviously there's been a bit of a lopsided balance pretty much across all servers, where the Ilios servers tend to be... I don't necessarily know if they have less people, although I do think they have a bit less people. But also the Ilios servers tend to be a bit less PvP oriented, which tends to suck a bit on all of the siege stuff, like world bosses and artifacts. Now that being said, at least you don't have trouble finding people to PvP, but yeah, it's not the best. Although Chromede is Asmo, so you're probably fine now. More Asmo in Taiwan? Oh yeah, across the board almost. Bruh. Like pretty much, I think most server pairings, if not all, are like Asmo dominated. Also, I think I've been told by someone that there's like 1 or 2 servers that are actually Ilios dominated, but they seem to be the minority for sure. Like which one was the Giga Juiced Ilios server? It's like Fredgen or something. Fredgen, yeah. That's the one. Met with a couple of people from that server in Arena, and yeah, you can tell that these guys seems to be a bit more juiced than the average, for sure. But in regards to the balance, we'll have to see what they do long term, because they did mention on the last stream that they're gonna change how they do the server distribution. Like they're going to shuffle the matching multiple times per season instead of just once, so... Comsaining is gonna be opposite at first. More people picked Ilios at first. I mean, Iron 1, especially in the early days, you actually had a reason to pick a faction, right? Like, the main problem with the Iron 1 faction balance early on was the Ilios side was actually just better. It was better. The leveling was easier. The maps were better, and the racial skills were just pretty much better across the board, right? Especially early on. Like that was one of the big reasons for the imbalance. And then obviously people were not a fan of the fact that the Asmo side you could only pick like green green fucking skin. So that also didn't help, but it was mostly those reasons, right? And we saw it happen again on Classic. I'm gonna let the Ranger cook on this one. At least on this game, like the two factions are very even, so it's almost funny how the balance ended up being the way it is with how even the factions are, to be honest. I don't know what possessed everyone to just all want to play Asmo all of a sudden. Like personally, I just played Asmo because I mainly played Asmo on Iron 1. Like that was the only driving force really, and also like most of the people I wanted to play with at the time also wanted to pick Asmo, so it just kind of happened on its own. Much more even on Korea. Yeah, in general the state of the servers in Korea seems to be better, right? Which partially has to do with the fact that NCSoft is more careful with the monitoring of the Korean servers in many aspects. So. More human feeling, yeah. I mean, also, I don't know. I mean, since you played on Korea, right, you probably know, but the how rampant the racism is on Korea compared to Taiwan, because like the Taiwanese server have certainly been an eye-opening experience when it comes to the Taiwan/CN population. These guys fucking hate foreigners. Holy shit, dude. They cannot fucking stomach them. Yeah, slightly better about it. I mean, I guess there's also the fact that Taiwan was a lot easier to join as a foreigner, right? So maybe they got more bruised by it, you know what I mean? In comparison to Korea, where honestly, probably barely any foreigners went to Korea in general. Because of how many hoops you have to jump through just to play on the servers. But yeah, Taiwan has been an experience, that is for sure. A bit more exclusive, yeah. Usually is, right? I mean, the Korean experience is about on par with how Korean MMO releases are usually, right? Usually there's not that many foreigners playing those types of game this early, right? It's just that Taiwan was so easy to play on that so many people jumped on. That's suspicion, yeah. I mean, obviously, in some aspect, it is warranted because obviously higher ping means you have less DPS. Like, there's nothing you can do about it at the end of the day, right? Like, having 200 ping compared to like 20, 30, you're losing like 15-20% DPS bare minimum. But man, some of the shit I've seen the Taiwanese players say is like a bit unhinged for sure. Are they doing the boss? I mean, I guess they did the first one, yeah. Okay. But this is a 3-boss situation. Well, it's also been a bit funny for sure. All of the machine translated slang and stuff like that. It has its own charm. Although I'm certainly gonna be like, global is gonna be welcome. Main Cleric also. Well. Yeah, global is going to be welcome both on the community aspect and the ping aspect for sure. I think it's going to be a very different experience in general for us when we play there in comparison. Like this has been so far really fun. Like I really like the game and everything, but it certainly has been a bit lonely in many aspects for sure. Especially as a cleric player. I do want to do some group PvP for sure. I hope they're going to add more group PvP content for us to enjoy when it comes to the West. Yes, first ping is like on 110. Yeah, that's pretty nice. That's pretty playable. I'm a lot closer to 200 personally. At least you got a few English speakers in Taiwan. Korea, it's literally no. How to make lobbies and play? Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing the machine translation still covers English, right? So you should be able to communicate the same way we are communicating with the Chinese / Taiwan people, right? Obviously, it's not the same, but at least that exists, right? This day and age. Because let me tell you, like, playing early access Korean games before the auto-translate stuff was, you know. LBT turns a Korean, talk to them. Honestly, I just use like good old like Google Translate. Either that or, depending on the urgency, I just assume that they have the automatic translation thing activated and I just type in English in chat. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like it seems like some of the Taiwanese are reluctant to turn the auto translate feature on for some reason. But yeah, it's been okay. It's been doable at least. Okay. One word Korean English and Chinese to English. Oh, really? Really? I'm pretty sure it was both ways on TL, wasn't it? I kind of assumed it was going to be the same function, right? That's so weird. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I just use Google Translate most of the time anyways, but yeah, that's odd. Do I play some Cleric and read basic English? Yeah, I mean, it's not like you need to communicate like really intricate stuff with this game anyways, for the most part. It's very self-explanatory, I think. Although I wish this game had party pins, like, you know, kind of like Final Fantasy 14 for fights. That would make it make some stuff a bit easier to communicate with people, but you know. Not sure about Taiwan. I mean, honestly, 99% of my interaction with Taiwanese / Chinese people has been, if you type an English word in the chat, they just kick you. And they just kind of don't want to understand, because, I mean, I guess it also partially has to do with the fact that their language is like very lingo / slang oriented, right? So if you don't communicate in the exact way they're used to, they just don't understand what you're saying. Like even doing something as simple as telling someone to teleport with the Kibboleth, like they're gonna hit you with a big question mark, you know what I mean? So yeah. But I mean, for the most part, it doesn't matter, because like you don't really need to communicate too much in this game, if we're gonna be honest, right? Bruh. I might be dead. Save me, please. We kind of have ZDPS. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's a triple support group, so. But yeah, I mean, either way, like, as foreigners coming in, we can't really expect more than that. Like, I'm already very surprised at how playable the game has been in every aspect, right? Like, both in terms of the actual playability of the hyping and also, like, how pug-friendly everything has been. And, like, how easily accessible to more, like, solo gameplay everything has been as well. So it has been okay. It has been okay so far. But Gunner was so much nicer on Korea. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I kinda just didn't deal with the pet grind. I did a bit of pet grinding, but especially early on as a cleric, it kind of chucked balls because, like, I mean, I don't know if you remember, but yeah, that is annoying. The rate of fire on cleric before they buffed the attack speed on everything was so fucking tragic. Pet farming was just complete ass. Yeah, you couldn't compete against like rangers and stuff. So I did a bit of it. I didn't do too much, and then when they just ended up adding daily dungeon and then buffing it, I just pretty much got all of my pets to level 5 through the daily dungeon alone, and my genius are pretty decent now as well. So yeah, I just kind of dodged that bullet, to be honest. Tradition is not accurate, so basically, for example, the sanctuary boss name is Rudra, but English translation is Ludra. Yeah. I mean, in terms of the English localization in general in this game, you can tell that I think part of it was done by an actual person, but part of it was also done by a machine, right? There's a lot of stuff that isn't quite right, so but we'll see with the actual English release if they change anything. I would assume they will. Dude, don't approach me. What? Well, now you gotta free me. Thank you. Listener wanted to follow existing illustration to drive should have been called named Stormwing. Really? Is Ludra supposed to be Stormwing? I just finished the boss. Yeah. Really? It's not supposed to. It is Stormwing. Well, that's news to me. Brother changed a little bit in 200 years, I guess. What's up? Yo, what up? Today is a big old farming day. So that's what's up. But Ludra is Stormwing. Interesting. Most of the bosses are named after Indian deities. Ludra is Stormwing's original KR name. No shit. Okay. I mean, I guess I can see it, right? Like the in Classic, right? They did re-release a Stormwing fight with an updated model, and it kind of looks like Ludra in some aspects. So I mean, I don't know. But that's that is interesting. So what is fucking Sanctuary supposed to be Bishman the Temple? Like, like what the fuck is up with that? I mean, I guess a lot of it is like undead themed, which was the case of Bishmunde, right? So, but that is definitely interesting lore right there. I did not know about that. Did enough Sanctuary this week? No, I don't think they did. I think the only thing they did this week was they gave everyone an extra entry ticket. It was easy for my ult. I just think everyone is getting power grabbed as fuck right now. Like, we are kind of reaching the point where even people that didn't do pet farms are getting all pets to level 5. Everyone is getting good genius. Everyone is getting more PvE gear. Like, everyone is just like balling at this point of the game, basically. Like, I think a lot of the serious groups are killing Ludra right after the first bingo at this point, if not even before in some cases. Season 2 forces people to invest in PvE set? Yeah, exactly. And like, it's pretty much starting to bear its fruit. Like, you're really seeing everything feel a lot easier. DPS in my group has shit items, only +10. I mean, it doesn't really matter, because between the power creep, like the Cleric buff, for example, did a lot for group DPS as well. Like, especially for groups that didn't have Chanters. Like, so like, between the class updates, everyone getting more pets, because the pets also impacts ults, obviously, right? It also impacts the ult power. Everyone is just getting like a bit more powerful every week, so we're kind of reaching a burning point for season 1 content. Like, dude, my Ludra clear this week literally had 1 DPS amongst the 2 groups. The rest of the group was like Cleric and Templar. And we were killing Ludra right after the bingo. Damage scoring system in Australia is bad. Yeah. I mean, I do believe they mentioned in a previous live stream that they're gonna change the gear score system. They're gonna retire this, and they're gonna bring us an all-encompassing system similar to Iron Tool, like power calculation, which they have to. Like, this number literally means fucking nothing at this point. It really does. It's completely meaningless, and it hasn't helped anyone since the beginning of the game. It has only made things confusing, because the none of the requirements have been accurate. So yeah, who knows when that's gonna come, but they're gonna revamp that, thankfully. Did we close out someone? Oh, we did. Okay. I was sure this guy was inside. What the fuck? Bruh. Wait, there's a lot they need to iron out on the PvE side anyways at this point. And there's also a lot they need to iron out with the way they balance the classes, man, because like they need to stop buffing shit. They really need to stop buffing shit, genuinely. Like, they're just backing themselves into a corner that they're never gonna be able to escape if they just keep doing this. Like, at this point, if a class doesn't function with the kit it has, it doesn't need a damage buff, it needs a rework. Like, they need to start understanding that. Like, buffing Ranger has done nothing good. Because at the end of the day, Ranger just needs fundamental changes, right? Like, you don't need to give classes more damage. It's the same thing with Sork, right? Like, they buffed the shit out of the Sork's damage boost, and like, now they give it more attack speed. Like, that's just not the way to go. It just isn't. They keep squishing the stat, they keep changing the damage formulas. to like make up for all of the buffs, and then they keep buffing classes more, so they're just gonna have to do another like set of stat squishes and damage nerfs, right? Like, around game company, they won't know. Yeah, I mean, okay, sure, right? They want to please everyone by buffing people that demand it, right? But what I'm saying is that that's not the correct approach right now. Maybe it was to some extent, like some stuff was needed, like some quality of life stuff, like some of the movement stuff and so on, but they need to be more careful with what the way they handle the class balance, because buffing is just not always the solution. Like, I'm telling you, they just had a TTK patch, and now they're already buffing classes, and we are already going back to the old TTK. Like, obviously we're not there yet, but if they keep doing what they're doing right now, we're gonna end up there very soon. Very, very soon. Less than a month from now, if they keep doing what they did like the last 2 weeks, we're gonna be there again. So at this point, they just need to rework the classes that don't function well enough, at least. So like Assassin, the next step is a rework. Gladiator, the next step is a rework. Elementalist, the next step is a rework. Stop giving them damage as a band-aid. It's not gonna work. They just need to fundamentally change mechanics of a lot of classes, because maybe some stuff was working out in the initial way they designed the game, but they have already done such a massive 180 on a bunch of stuff in the game that they just need to rethink a bunch of stuff. How crazy PvP set is. 8 pieces of gear found close now. Yeah, I mean, AP is easy to farm, which isn't a bad thing. Honestly, the main problem with PvP right now is like how terrible the metal acquisition is in many aspects. Like the metal acquisition, like I like the weekly and seasonal quests. I think these are a great idea, but everything else about the metal acquisition is not good. The fragment system is terrible. The contribution system in world bosses and sieges is terrible. Like, all of that just needs to change fundamentally. I'm assuming this is the one boss, right? Okay, he's coming here. Can try this again PvP to make it good. I think they can, because fundamentally some classes feel good enough, right? It's just that the approach for some classes is not the correct one. Like some fundamental mechanics, like stuff, you know, stuff like the freeze and soak, for example, is not it, because it's mobile focus. It's not. Like if you play this game, you can tell that it's just not. Like, this game is not playable on mobile. Like, bottom line, this game is not fucking playable on mobile. It just isn't, right? It's just that they're just taking the same approach as the Guild Wars, as the Throne, and so on and so forth with the skill design, and that has more to do with the potential like console port than anything, because console is hard to balance for more than 20 skills. I mean, I think both games have strengths, right? In terms of the PvP in itself, I think this game's PvP is more approachable, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, I think they can do a good thing with this game's PvP, but there's definitely some fundamental changes that need to happen to make the PvP more enjoyable. And like, they've been taking baby steps to making it better, and the PvP is definitely better than it was at the beginning. Like, pretty drastically so, in fact, like very drastically so. But there's a few like lines they need to cross in terms of the balance in itself. Like, all of the problems are purely balance balance focused. Like there's not really systematical problems in terms of like how the game feels, the combat feels, so on and so forth. I think everything is pretty sound in the way it is. It's just purely balance. It's the dumb stuff like the Theostones, like the freezes, like the fears, like classes that kind of are lost on their identity and solely rely on bursting, like Elementalists, for example. They just need to take a step back and like change out of these. Also, like they need to tweak CCs in the game in general, like stuff like stun and knockdown duration. All of these need to be axed a bit. Even if you give more CCs to classes, like namely I think Gladiator and Assassin should have more CC lock opportunities, but you can't really give them that right now because stuns are fucking 4 seconds long, and we're already seeing what that does on classes like Templar, right? So again, as long as they keep taking those baby steps towards fixing the game one problem at a time, we can get to something decent for sure. Because there is something here. Every now and again you have those fights that are like actually pretty good at entertaining. But yeah, there's definitely a few problems they need to iron out. But you know, at the end of the day, like the game is it is in its infancy. So we gotta let them cook a little bit. I gotta wait for this guy. Like some classes I think are great in the way they work, in the way they're designed. Like I think they got a few classes correctly, right? But a lot of the classes, especially on the DPS side, I think the biggest problem is on the DPS side. Like a lot of the DPS don't have a strong enough identity on what they're doing in PvP. Obviously, if you were expecting something like in the style of Iron 1, in the way it played, I think that was never gonna happen to begin with. Like Iron 1 was not approachable at all of a game for a new player, which, like, Iron 1 was amazing if you were like a veteran of the game and you understood everything and so on and so forth, but it was a catastrophe in terms of like getting new players to test it out in the way the game worked. Like the game needed to be a bit more approachable than this. They're already working on adding more skills. Yeah, I mean, I'm still holding hope that the way they're gonna do extensions is gonna be they're gonna give us at least a little bit, a couple more things to our kits, right? There's still rooms to add more procs, more skill like follow-ups, maybe one more stigma slot. Yeah. But we'll see. I'm willing to let them cook on this one, but fundamentally, also, like, I will say that the PvP in this game, it definitely feels like it would function a lot better for like small scale group versus group. Like, if we had stuff like Dredgen in the game, I think it would be like very entertaining, albeit a bit restrictive on the comp you would be able to take, obviously, especially with the party size, the current party size. But I definitely think it would be a very different game if we had more group content. Because like right now we only have like quote unquote dirty PvP, right? Like it's only like open world, unbalanced stuff. it's hard to get a real grasp for how the PvP functions in like a quote-unquote normal situation. I mean, I'll keep walking just in case. But the game is a ways off until the global release anyways, so who knows the state the game is going to release in by the time it reaches global. And for us, at the end of the day, nothing is going to matter until then. Like, we're just on XDD funny trial mode until then. Which, that's also another thing, right? Like, I think most people never really experience these games before they come out to the West usually, and the Taiwan release gave the opportunity for a lot of people to finally do that. And a lot of people kind of got a rude awakening as to how these games usually do early on into their lifespan. Because your KMMOs typically early on in their lifespan are like kind of unrecognizable compared to what they are when they come to the West. So getting an early look is a bit traumatizing for some people, I think. Also, we need the fucking final UI, dude. I mean, they say they're finalizing at least the customizability of the UI, so at least that should be coming pretty soon, but I hope they're not gonna leave it at that. Too much pay to win? I mean, honestly, it's about on par with like your average Korean game. I will say that as someone that doesn't pay money, like this has been a lot more chill of an experience to keep up in comparison to Iron 1 itself. Like Iron 1, I had to go through a lot to remain competitive. Like on this game, it's kind of easy, honestly. But you know, obviously some people are not fine with that. Aren't you bored playing so much ult? I mean, ults are not that time consuming, and like it's not boring, like, because it doesn't feel terrible to play an ult in this game. Because like I've played games where ults felt absolutely fucking awful to play. Like on Throne of Liberty, for example, playing an ult felt like fucking death. Because if you didn't have endgame stats, your character felt like a fucking piece of wood to control, right? Like this is fine. Like it's a nice change of pace every now and again. Like I'm the kind of person that doesn't mind the grind anyways, so this or something else is kind of the same to me. And also the payoff is like pretty significant and like very guaranteed, right? You know exactly what you're getting when you're running dungeons with an ult, so it's very easy to like plan around. Also, I'm going kind of easy on the Taiwanese servers, right? I only have 3 ults, which is like very manageable. Like on global, it's pretty likely I'm gonna play more. I will probably play all 8 characters, but we'll see how that goes. And also, we'll see if ults are even still good by the time it comes to global. Because they have mentioned wanting to change systems to be more approachable to people who don't want to use ults, right? So I like Iron 1 ults, you don't even have to earn stuff. I mean, that's just wrong. I don't know if, what kind of ults you're talking about, but... I mean, I guess we can use EU Classic as the last example that I had to do, right? Like, on EU Classic, I had to gear up a bunch of, like, Clerics to sell Halos and Esoterrus carries, right? I also made ults to do the Tiamat raid. I had, like, I think 3-4 premates for Tiamat. Just to have more shots at getting my my Stigma for my main. And, like, I had to gear up all of these characters to at least a decent amount, like a reasonable amount. At least more so than I did on these characters, right? Played on NA. Yeah, I mean, Classic is the most recent example, right? Which is why I'm bringing it up. Ults in this game give purpose. Can you some yeah. I mean, ults in this game are like, they kind of self-maintain themselves, right? Because you just get them with whatever you get in dungeon, and then virtually everything you get from the gear, the Kina, the mats, everything you can just like funnel to your main. Was top 30 as a general. I mean, rank meant nothing in Iron 1. Like, usually, especially in the early days, like, the people who were high ranks were typically like PVE casuals. Because of the way that the ranking system was built. Running ults on events and get mats. I'm trying to think of how I ran ult back in original retail. I'm trying to remember. Like, I remember running ults like in 5.x for the like all of the Garden of Knowledge supplement farming, and also the Pangea. Yeah, Pangea supplements. Like, those were the big ones, honestly. Yeah, that's 3.0 Tiamarant's Eye, right? I mean, honestly, 3.x, I wasn't really running ults in 3.x, because in 3.x I was just doing Tiamat's Fortress and what was the name of the other one? I'm trying to remember. But the Vashati one, whom the name I forgot. And I was just running that for enchant stones and gear and oh yeah, right, we're doing the bosses. XD. And what else? Oh yeah, and I was farming the keys in the eyes, and I was just selling them to people. Like, I was selling the AP boxes to people. So the bulk of the money I was making was just from all of those activities, basically. But yeah, like the old experience on Classic was crazy. I just that's one of the first time I like low-key experienced burned out after a while. I went too ham, because like, okay, the thing with Ion Classic was people were like very openly arm-teeing the shit out of everything, and like the inflation was crazy because of that. Like to keep up as a regular player, like a non-arm-teeing player, dude, it was bad. Especially with how absolutely horrendous of a job Gameforge did as at #1 banning RMTs, and #2 like localizing the game in terms of like the systems and events and so on and so forth. Because like the Mana Stone and Enchant Stone was the situation on Classic was like really bad. It was unsustainable. Like some of the stock for some of the stuff was like completely like Magic Resist Stones, for example, there was just no stock. There was just nothing. And then every time a single stone popped up, it was like 3 mil, which was insane for 2.0 standards. Why don't you gear up getting carry runs and fight Temple and Fur? I don't really want to bother doing carry runs, to be honest. I just don't want to deal with other people, especially in especially Chinese. I think they got the last ones. 20 euro pass for 20 stores, amazing event. Gameforge was, dude, they fumbled Classic really bad. And like, I think I quit at the right time, because right after I quit, it got even worse at the arrival of 2.8. Like the Mana Stone situation, I had a quick look-see after I quit, and I was like, brother, what the fuck happened? Mana Stone situation was so bad? Yeah. That's exactly what I was saying. Did EU ever got a sand? I mean, wasn't EU saying something about opening a sand around the time Iron 2 came out? Not yet, brother. I mean, with the release of Iron 2, it's like, don't even bother, to be honest. Ascend was a terrible server. I did it on NA, it was bad. It was bad because of the way the systems were. Like, it wasn't terrible gameplay-wise, but it was extremely confusing. And the class rework and the arrival of Luminous were just absolute fucking awful addition to the game. Luminous is like one of the biggest question mark I've ever witnessed in a game. I do what China did. Yeah. That was good. At the end of the day, that's exactly what people want, right? With Iron 1, people just want like an old school server that just stays locked with the old systems. No bullshit, no new class, no nothing. Just like lock people to 1.5. Maybe you add a few custom things. Like let's say you add like Arena of Gold for 5.x. You add the general arenas. Maybe you do a few fun things like add camps, and like that's it. Like the reworked version of Gunner. Yeah, it's dumb as fuck, right? Mixed team Unbound, 2 separate characters, 1 PvE, 1 PvP. Ooh, I got a building mat. Yippee! And I perfectly managed Ion. When 6.0 dropped, they kept retail at 5.8 and enforced the hard reset on people. Okay, I mean, that's nice. Although I will say 5.8 was not, not a great patch, but, you know, I guess they stopped in extremis. Your ping looks good. I have a 180 ping. But I will say that I used to use exit lag and no ping, and these were fucking terrible. Even though they said I had the same ping, it felt like 300. It was really bad. But I switched to using LagoFast, and LagoFast immediately made the game feel significantly better. So if you're struggling with exit lag, I would say probably maybe try the free trial of LagoFast. Don't remember what patch I played. I mean, personally, I played everything in Iron 1. I kind of juiced. Maybe the 170 ping is fake. I think so, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because the like no ping, exit lag, so on and so forth. Like all of that graphs are always bullshit, right? Like, and they're very scummy to begin with. So I wouldn't be surprised if the ping was just fake. So yeah, if I were you, I would experiment with other ping reducers for sure. Like, it definitely was a game changer when I switched to Lego Fast. And no, unfortunately, I'm not sponsored. I wish I was. Okay, that wedding at the end boss. Nice. A freebie. Love to see it. Of course I'm targeted. Also, these two guys are just AFK, aren't they? Obviously, like 170 ping is never gonna feel amazing or anything, but at least like this has been extremely playable. Like I've been able to, well, in PvE obviously, like it's been fine, but even in PvP I've been able to compete pretty much just fine. These guys are juicing a bit. Yeah. Damn, well. Yeah, I need to push this character slightly higher. If maybe just do a quick detour by Fire Temple to get an extendable, but with like the shift in price of the building mats, like it's just way too good to not do the earlier dungeons, to be honest. How many more? We have 4 more. Okay. I mean, this is going pretty fast at least. Arthur's is your buddy? I'm acquainted with Arthur's, yeah. I'm acquainted. I worked with him for a couple of years on his YouTube channel as a manager. Game as this can be released globally without voiceover as early access. I mean, I think it's all things considered, it's a good move for them to wait before releasing globally to make sure that the game is in a better state. Because had the game released in the state it was in when it freshly came out, people in the West would have hated it. And like the game has improved dramatically on many aspects, but it still has a ways to go before it's ready for global, in my opinion. Like just purely game system like wise. Because the thing with the West is, in the West, if you do something that people don't like, you will get chastised, and then people will immediately shun your game, and then that's it. You don't really get a second chance, even if you do everything in your power to like redeem yourself. Very few cases of games that have like recovered from a bad first impression in the West. Bruh. I mean, I think a multi-sub thing isn't necessarily a complete turnover in the West. Like there's a couple of games that do that. I do think, however, they need to make the sub purchasable with Kuna. Like give people an option to farm in-game to buy the sub. Like either make it purchasable with Kuna or like make it like a WoW token situation. At the bare minimum. Now, obviously, ideally, right, in an absolutely ideal world, then the entire BM would change, right? But at the bare minimum, yeah, that's what the game needs to do in the West. I also think they're being a little bit cheeky in Season 2 with the battle passes. I think that's a bit too much. Like, 2 was doable with the Kinakuna system, even as a free user, or at least sub only, right? But 3 is like, they're pushing it a bit. They need to go back to like 1 or 2 maximum, for sure. Even though the battle passes are kind of nothing special with what they have in them, it's overall not the best of look. Should we be more unsettable? I mean, in terms of the PvE progression, I agree with you. Yeah, like, but in general, the PvE progression ideally needs to see some major changes because it doesn't feel great right now. Which they have mentioned in the last live stream that they are planning changes to the way PvE progression is in the game. So we'll have to see exactly what they mean by that. Games on launch are always not accepted, especially. I mean, Throne and Liberty wasn't so much a filler game as it was a game that got stuck in development hell, and eventually they were like, yeah, we just need to fucking get it out. So they just kind of did the bare minimum with it to like have it be in a workable state, and they just released it as is. And for what it is, at least it was an entertaining game, but it definitely wasn't my jam personally. When you took the battle pass, they give pet souls, move forward when you're around. Yeah, the battle passes are kind of a nothing burger, but it's just that it's not a good look when you have multiple battle passes. Even if they suck ass, it's all about the public perception, right? Box should be 35%, not 25%. In general, the crafting system needs to be revamped. The crafting system, okay. Even putting aside like the whole like PvP balance problem, so on and so forth, this game's biggest problem right now is the crafting system and everything around it. Like, the crafting system in itself is this game's biggest problem, and they need to completely revamp how it works. Both the system itself and the gear also. Like, the crafted system and the crafted gear is the worst part of the game. This boss positioning is not the best. Would you save up and build and buy crafting gear for someone else? I mean, honestly, I mean my policy with crafted gear is always the same. If you have season mats, you can attempt to craft yourself. If you don't have any season mats, you just buy it for someone else. Because the failure rate is too high for you to be buying everything. Because you're barely saving money by buying all of the mats and crafting yourself. But then you're risking losing everything. So, yeah. If you have season mats, go for it. If you don't, just buy the finished product. You're just way better off. Game on launch is not accepted. I mean, I think it depends. At the end of the day, yeah, people are always going to be critical of any games, right? Like, even this game is very clearly a hit in the East, right? Like, Iron 2 is very big right now in the East. And people are already calling this game DOA, which, by the way, like the keyboard warriors that just like go around calling MMOs DOA or like shit when they haven't played a single hour of it, just because either the game does something they don't like, or they play another game and they just don't want to see another game succeed. These people are not MMO fans. They're just tourists at best, and you should not be listening to them, because these guys' opinion is a drop in the bucket. It doesn't matter. So, like, don't worry too much about it. Like, Ion 2 has definitely felt victim to a lot of, like, MMO tourists in the West so far that have been saying, like, completely asinine shit about it. I will say that. If you're gonna criticize the game about something, at least do your due diligence. And talk about stuff that is actually relevant. Okay, they're actually doing the boss. But I think that's more of a... That's not so much an MMO problem, that's more so like a widespread gaming problem. Like, quote-unquote content creators just desperate to get content out and just grasp at straws on the latest thing just to get views. It sucks, but it's just how things are. But my easily clickable rent video, I know. You gotta rent to pay the rent, you know what I mean? I understand. But if you make this your job, I think you owe people to at least do your due diligence and give proper information. And unfortunately, that's not really happening so much these days. Like, I don't know. Like, for example, right? I've never played Guild Wars 2. I'm never gonna talk about Guild Wars 2 and pretend I've played it just because I've heard about what happens in this game, right? And I think that should be a general consensus when you give your opinion on something. Bottom line is you don't need to have an opinion on everything. And I think a lot of people should have that general mentality. Like, sometimes it's okay to not know, you know? I'm here as a tourist enjoying top-notch detail and art. I mean, it's a good-looking game. That is certainly something that you can't really hold against the game. It's a good-looking game. At 1.6. Bit on the light side, but doesn't matter. And like, broadly speaking, I'm not saying like being a tourist is a bad thing or anything. I'm just saying if your actual career is being a quote-unquote MMO content creator, you kind of owe it to the people to at least do your due diligence before reviewing a product, essentially. Like, I played 100 hours of this game, here's everything you need to know. Okay, so you played the game for a week. Okay, playing an MMO for a week doesn't give you all of the information. Let's just be clear here. I would not call myself an Ion veteran for playing the game for 100 hours. I don't know about you guys, but of course you do physical. Yeah. It just always makes me roll my eyes over, like, I tried World of Warcraft for 200 hours as an X-game veteran, and here is everything you need to know of the difference between the two games. Like, dude, no. This is not how MMOs work, dude. Like, dude, I think Final Fantasy 14, 200 hours doesn't even get you out of a Realm Reborn. you know what I mean? Like, unironically though, although maybe after the storyline rework, but I don't even know. I mean, assuming you actually watch the cutscenes, right? Which obviously most people probably don't, but yeah, no. Bruh. Okay, now that's one thing I want to see gone from the game. The fucking body blocking, dude. Holy, stop with that trend. I don't like it. Body blocking was also in Throne, and it was also bad. Skipping cutscene post mode expansion is about 20 hours. Probably something like that, yeah. That sounds about right. I think the time I speedran the Shadowbringer release, I think it took me like 16 hours or something, I want to say. Body blocking is the most annoying thing in the game, yeah. I mean, to some extent, I understand why it's there, right? They just don't want people to do the cheeky, like, all stack in the same spot behind the pillar situation, but haha, actually there's 500 people. Even though that's pretty funny, but I understand if this is what they want to do it with, but wow. At the very least, like, stuff like elementalist pets, maybe even monsters, I would not put body blocking on, to be honest. Yeah, but then, like, what have you experienced in those 80 hours, you know what I mean? Running from NPC A to NPC B, you know? Just black screens and skip the cutscene prompt, yeah. Damn. 80 hours of playtime, 60 hours of black screen. Gaming. Okay. I was done with the Templar. I mean, at least I got one Balic mat so far. Like, I haven't had a Balic mat in a very long time. Although I wish I would get more. Especially with the amount of, like, 3 boss runs I'm doing right now. Let's see. Two more. Okay. There's a lot of people running background. I mean, I guess it makes sense. People probably went back to running the low to mid dungeons with their ults, specifically because of the Balic mat inflation. Okay, they're still at the gate. So we are Friday, right? So we have basically 4 more days. Well, 4 more days until the patch. And then we're getting 1 new dungeon and the PvPvE mode. I wish I mean, we're basically gonna get a preview of the PvPvE mode with this next stream, right? But I wish we got a bit more info on it. Because right now all we have is just the data mine stuff, and the data mine stuff is a bit confusing, if we're gonna be honest. Like, it's definitely gonna be detached from the main Abyss area, but it's basically gonna be in a clone of the Abyss of some sort, so... Also, we still don't know the scale. We don't know exactly what they meant by PvPvE. Like, I'm thinking it's probably just gonna be a straight up just battleground. We'll see. I just hope it's not gonna be like accessible 24/7. We need some more like PvP events basically within the game, in my opinion. More reasons for people to make pre-mades and stuff like that, because like the problem with the 24/7 format of arenas and battlegrounds is that it's not really realistic to ask people to make pre-mades for these, because like, yeah, people can make pre-made and then they just queue whenever at like certain points, but because of the competitive aspect of the elo and also the fact that you're likely just gonna get matched against pugs, so you never really get like interesting matches, or at least 95% of your matches are gonna be like kind of throwaway. It's not the best feeling like for pre-made type content. So yeah, I hope it's gonna be a time limited thing, like a gathering, like give the people an opportunity to gather up to do something, right? Whether it's because of a limited amount of entries or limited time event. Like, obviously, technically speaking, we already have a few time windows that are taken for time events. But there's still, like, plenty of space to squeeze in, like, a Dredgen type event. Because that's definitely what this game is missing on the PvP side. Also, on the reward side, please just... whatever you do on the reward side, just don't give us like fucking 100 out of season AP or like fucking metal shards, dude. Like, we have enough of these. Just give us an actual sizable, interesting reward to actually entice people to make groups of this. I'm actually begging. Because this is the #1 reason why the battleground mode is like dead. Which, by the way, I don't know if the guy who plays on Korea is still in chat. But the 8v8 battleground is completely dead on Taiwan. I don't know how it is in Korea, but yeah. Absolutely no one does it here. I'm assuming it's the same in Korea, because at the end of the day, like, the problem is just purely a design one. It's not even that the battleground itself is bad, it's just the reward structure and the availability of it is terrible. Like 8 people, you can't have a queue be open 24/7 on something that requires 8 people to proc. I haven't played in Korea in weeks, so I couldn't say. Okay. I mean, during the time that you did play, I mean, it was the previous one, right? But was the 8v8 like, you know, the payload one, was it like alive or not? Because like even the payload one wasn't very alive for us. The reroll is just too bad, honestly. Was healthy at first. Yeah, I mean, at the beginning I think people did it, especially at the very beginning, that it was more difficult to make AP, right? But as time has gone by, you just don't have a reason to do this. Will's takeover and Real's too low, yeah. It would be so easy to fix. Literally, they just keep the exact same battleground, but they make it a one-time queue once a day, and then they make the reward be like 50,000 out of season AP, and then maybe like 1 medal or something. And then all of a sudden, everyone is queuing that shit. Everyone is making premates for it. There's a bigger variety of people doing it. It's more fun. Yeah, they need to like rethink the way they do the battleground and arenas. Especially since bots invaded Abyss. I mean, even in general, right? Because technically speaking, the appeal of this battleground mode is the fact that it's out of season AP, right? So technically speaking, you're getting like, how much is it now? It's like 25,000 out of season AP per week. Like, dude, you do one corridor, a single corridor, 5 minutes of just holding right click without looking at the screen, and you make 30k out of season AP. Why the fuck would you be queuing an 8v8 battlegrounds that has waiting times, and where matches are gonna take like 10 minutes, and where if you lose you get nothing, and you have to do it 10 times to get literally less than a single corridor? Structured PvP content needs to have much healthier rewards. Yeah, they are fumbling the bags on the rewards. Like, the thing with the arenas, the main perk is the season stuff. So I think the arenas are fine. Arenas are okay because of that. But this battlefield thing, I just don't understand the design philosophy behind it in many aspects. It's very confusing. So I kind of hope that it's also dead in Korea, so they actually have to look at it and be like, damn, we designed a piece of content that fucking no one is doing, you know? Even if the roles are behind a PvP rotor, yeah, like I mean, like a battle pass, basically. Like a PvP battle pass. I see what you mean, yeah. I mean, that would help as well, 100%, yeah. Like, either way, they just need to change their approach with that content. And I don't think the answer is to add ranked to it. Like, we have enough content in the game with rankings behind them. We just need like game modes that make sense, like a dredgen and stuff like that. But yeah, like, I haven't been able, like, it's crazy, right? I haven't been able to experience the new 8v8 at all, in spite of queuing almost every day to try and get in, because no one is fucking doing it. Like, I don't even know if it's good or bad, because I just haven't been able to get in, dude. And even within the arena system, I think there's room for improvement. Like, I know not everyone is a fan of it, but I do think the arenas should have decay on the rankings. Like a decay of some sort. It doesn't even have to be like that significant. But arenas need decay. Because you literally have people that queue on the first week, get a decent rank because everyone is queuing at that point. and then never queue again just to stay within the elo. And then by the end of the season, you see someone that's like top 5 with like 7 matches, just because of the way the arena like ranking structure is, right? So whether they add DK or maybe they give you like, I guess another way to do it would be to leave the arena system open at all time, but make it only give you points like a limited amount of time per week or something. So this way you have to do your weekly queues to keep up, and like don't reward losing like don't penalize losing the arena as badly. So this way like it's just a net positive if you keep queuing. I don't know if you see what I mean, but yeah, they need to balance it out, because especially as the season trickle. God, dude, this ragdolling was crazy. Especially as the season trickle, like the queue gets rougher and rougher. Like if you end up only having like the same couple of people within the queue, and it's only like giga juiced people with very specific classes. Like they need to bring a bigger variety of people into this type of content, right? Make it healthier. Especially since pretty much all of the PvP content ranking rewards are kind of shared amongst each other. Like the title is the same, it gives the same thing. There's a couple of perks, right? The like the Pantheon item and the mount from the Abyss ranking, which is nice, but I think they could differentiate between the seasonal rankings of the different content a little bit. I also think, I mean, another thing they could do, right, is they love to add their fucking content shops, right? They could legitimately just like give you like arena coins, right, with like their own separate shops, even if it just gives like skins and stuff like that. Like there's room to do that. Hello, Leandre, how you doing? Like, namely, dude, there's one thing that low-key upsets me. Like, I don't know if you guys know about that, but you know the world bosses, right? Like the world bosses that nobody gives a shit about in Verderon and Old God, dude. A lot of these bosses give skins that are sick as fuck, dude. And these skins are legit better than what they've been putting in the shop, but it's just fucking impossible to get them outside of closet combining. Because number one, they never drop them. Number two, it only drops to the highest contribution group. And then number three, you need to dissolve to get it. Quick question, if I drop a heroic on a Nolt, is there any way to remind it to my main? The only thing you can do with a gear dropped on a Nolt is use it as sold by Matt, unfortunately. So I guess you can use it to reroll a heroic on your main, but that's about it. Happy Friday, Sherman chat. Hello, Anchovy. Hope you're doing as well. You're doing well as well. World boss loot sucks, yeah. But the world boss skins are pretty fucking sick for some of them, and it's just a shame that it's locked behind such a terrible system. Like, I'm gonna show you a couple of them. If you haven't taken a look at them, like, dude. I'm just gonna go away with this. If you haven't taken a look at them, like, some of these skins are like better than anything they've put out in the shop, and I'm not even kidding. And it sucks that it's just locked behind this. Would love to see them. Yeah, I can show you after this. Because I got a chess piece on my Cleric from Closet Combining, and I was like, wow, this chess piece looks kind of nice. I wonder what the rest of the set is. And then I found out what the rest of the set was, and I was like, well, that is not happening. But like legit, if they just change the world bosses to be like more of a fate-like system, like I was talking about, and they just put like contribution chests with the PvP and PvE flag, as I said, and then you can also get the skins from those chests. That would be so much better, dude. So much better. Time for bed for me? Alright, good night. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night of sleep. Alright. That's it for this character. I'll switch to my cleric real quick just to have a quick look see at the world boss skins. Because they're actually sick, dude. They're actually sick and completely unavailable to the public. It's so unfortunate. Let me just do this. A lot of gold, actually. I got quite lucky today with this. I think we're gonna do probably Chanter next. We might still do Vacron and stuff because just because of the Balic mat. I think it's just a net positive. Yeah. Also gonna be faster. Okay, so well, first of all, the chest piece that I have, like this one, is from a world boss set. Let me show it to you. Yeah, see this chest piece? That's a world boss item. Let me see if I can find. I think in supply request I should be able to find them, right? Yeah, like look at this, dude. This is a world boss set. Blue gear. It's pretty cool, man. Gunner vibes, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty sick, right? Like, this is legitimately, like, better than a lot of the fucking paid skins. Let's see the one that I actually use. Like, there's a couple that are really nice. Okay, this one... Yeah, this is the set. Now, the headpiece I kinda don't care about, but... This one is pretty sick as well. I really like this one. I don't know about you, but yeah, it looks nice. And then there's like a lot of the gold ones are pretty cool as well. Let me see. Yeah, the Gartwa. Is it this one? Okay, well, this one is a bit much, but it's pretty sick too, in a certain way, you know? I think some people might be into that. Argos, that's the tree, right? Yeah, this one is sick. That's the Argos set. Like, this one is actually fucking sick, dude. That guy is from Belsa. Yeah, the other one, yeah. Yeah, this one is sick. Watcher Kyra, I don't remember this one. Yeah, this one is kind of whatever. Nah, that's the Sunday boss, right? This one's pretty cool as well. Like, it just sucks that all of these skins are just kind of locked behind the terrible world boss system. Like, that kind of gives like old Balic vibes. But yeah. Yeah, let me switch to my next alt. Makes them special and unique. I mean, in a way, yes, but in another way, it's like this isn't like Iron 1 where once you get the piece of gear, you can just like skin it, right? Like in this game, you have to dissolve the piece and then you have to lock into unlocking the skin, right? And because this gear never drops, just no one can have these. So basically the only actual way to get these is by just closet combining, which kind of takes away from like how special it feels, right? Like that basically like the only real way to get them is just by like doing this over and over. Like XD, and then you pray you get it. Maybe a hot take. I'm glad they put all the Guna skins in the shop and all the cool ones in the game. I mean, yeah, 100%. I just hope the world boss skins will be available in the more reasonable way in the future. So I did craft everything on this one as well, right? Yeah. Double check. Yeah, okay, we're good. Pay to goon. Yeah, definitely. This is definitely a pay to goon game. Like, not beating the allegations on this one. Yeah, this character also has 1,000. Good lord. We're gonna be here a while, fellas. Alright. The fresh instance. Okay, is there a... That is a one boss. Okay. But I love those world bosses gold skin. Around 30, you know, it makes it shorter to get. The cowboy and so on that I showed you, those are literally blue level 50. And the really sick, like fucking Gaius and Belic looking one are like gold 80 something, I want to say. But it's like trash gear, right? So they don't have any like set effect or anything like that. Like it's pretty clear the main attraction of these is just the skin, basically. Yeah, man, I'm basically already there, so. Wait, adjust pretty currency. I mean, again, it's just the entire world boss. The entire world boss system just needs a revamp, in my opinion. Like the world bosses could be used with more purpose for PvP, and also give like an extra thing to farm for PvE. Like the skins don't even have to be easy to obtain, right? It's just you actually have to give a chance for people to get them, because right now these world bosses, they only give loot to the group that did the most damage to them, and they usually don't drop anything. That's not a lot of loot, you know? Just like, you know, again, just give everyone a contribution chest and just like make the skins a chance from those chests as well on top of the rest. Like actually give a reason for people to go do them, because you want to know the funny thing? Both the cowboy and the like the blue outfit skin that I showed you, I think both of these are on Elio's side. So like if you're on Asmo, you would have to cross over to do them, you know? And like the Elios would have to come on our side to get like the gold armor one, for example. So that would be yeah, that would be neat, right? I think I have one on me still. Yeah. Yeah, no. I have one on me. The chanter needs to do this. Oh my god, he also has aggro. Yeah, we're just gonna fucking pass away. I don't know why these guys started attacking the mobs I had aggroed. Yeah, let me see if I can activate this, maybe. No, the Earth Spirit's on me. Okay, maybe. Okay, there we go. In a game that showers you in loot, everything you do. Yeah. Yeah, it just the general like way world bosses in general are designed is just pretty dissonant with the rest of the game, to be honest. Even like going back to the structure of like the metal rewards on the Abyss world bosses is like very archaic and weird. Doesn't make much sense. It also goes against the design of how it was in Iron 1 even. Because the Abyss world bosses are kind of reminiscent to I mean, I don't know if you guys played on patches like 4.8 and stuff, but it kind of reminds me of the invasion bosses. But the thing with the invasion bosses is that everyone got something. Like the loot was just like faction wide. As long as you hit the boss, you got the loot from the boss. And like the thing with the reward structure in Siege is that they did have the silver and gold medal thing. So obviously, if you performed less, you got silver, and then if you perform well, you get gold in some situations, in some very specific forts. But for the most part, with sieges and like all RVR activities, if you underperformed, you just got less of the same medal type, which means that you were not like completely locked out of getting a certain medal type, right? Whereas in this game right now, that's the case. If you're not a top performer in sieges and world bosses, you're basically locked out of making progression on Tribunus and High Commander gear, which kind of sucks. Like basically all of my all of my gold and platinum progression, and they're just not gonna free me, huh? Yeah, okay. All of my gold and platinum progression so far has been from the one-time only seasonal quests, which is not a reliable enough way to get medals. A trick, all Diamond people get a sniper. I don't think there's a trick. I'm gonna be honest, like low-key, I just think this is just a bad reward structure. No, be my guest to prove me wrong, but I just think it's just like straight up DPS on the artifact. Maybe there's like some first hit last hit shenanigans as well on top of that, because they love to do that shit. But yeah, because at the end of the day, if there was a trick, the gear acquisition would not be so lopsided for every class across both regions and every server. But fact of the matter is, the people that you see with the Tribunus gear and the High Commander gear is always the same classes and always the same profile of people. Always. And let me tell you, these guys are not pre-farming Siege. These guys are just showing up with their plus 20 gear and they're just like hitting the boss with their DPS class. That's it. This boss placement is rough, to say the least. I think we'll just finish the boss, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, it's always the gladiators. It's always the assassins. Maybe the occasional Templar, but Templar is not exactly a bad DPS either, you know. It's always these. And in a way, like the AP cap kind of mitigates how far ahead these guys are pulling, but they're still pulling ahead, obviously, just because of that. Yeah, I'm no one, really? Crazy. Yeah, they're actually doing the bosses. But man, I would pay good fucking money to just have, because like I yap a lot about this game. There's a lot I want to see them do with this game, right? I would pay good fucking money to get a 30 minutes yapping session with fucking Namjoon. Just fucking talk to the guy. Like, okay, I'm gonna need you to log the fuck in and listen to everything I tell you very intently, alright? And I hope this game will do the same thing as Throne Liberty, in that like Throne, especially lately. I mean, I don't know if you guys keep following what Throne does, but I do on occasion. But Throne has been doing like content creator roundtable, where they just get like an Amazon guy in a call with people that actually know stuff about the game, and then they just discuss problems with the game, right? And usually they actually have like updates come out of these discussions, so I hope they do similar stuff for this game. Poor Tico, yeah, it's Tico. Tico, I don't know if Tico just has like resting distress face or something, but like every time Tico has a public appearance where he's talking to other players and stuff like that, he looks like he doesn't want to be here. Just to put it lightly, right? Like he looks like he's in pain, in a lot of distress. Like he's getting held hostage. I want you to. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, as far as I understand, Tico actually was a Throne player, right? And like that's why he got the position he had in AGS. So I'm guessing he actually plays and enjoys the game, but yeah, he seems to be in distress every time he makes an appearance. Like I could legitimately just pull up the last roundtable they have, click a random point of the video, and just like pause, and then his face would be like a face of pain. Not a nice position to be in. I mean, I think it's nice if they get people that are actually passionate about the game to be like CMs and stuff like that. Obviously it's tough for them, right? Because they get restricted a lot on the way they can play the game and stuff like that, but you know. Bruh. Go into the business side of thing and break your passion. Oh, 100%, dude. 100 fucking percent. I mean, that goes with anything, right? Like, once you turn anything into a job, obviously, like, some of the passion is kind of left behind to some extent, because at the end of the day, if you gotta pay the bills with something that you're doing, you're gonna getting forced into a hole of doing stuff that you don't necessarily want to do. But for everybody, any of you sims are gonna be, oh yeah, 100%. I'm just okay, I'm gonna be honest, I just really want to put myself in a position where I just want to be in a position where I can be a big enough content creation for the, okay, this is gonna sound very pretentious, but it's not, alright? Just listen to me until the end. I want to be in a position where I'm a big enough content creator in this game where if they do those like roundtable and like feedback and stuff like that for this game, I want to be in a position to give these guys feedback from both myself and the community, right? Because I just want someone who's not a complete fucking tourist in this game to actually give feedback, if that makes sense. Look at the ego on this guy, chat. No! Not like this! Like, at this point, it's just for the love of the fucking game, you know what I mean? Like, I care about this game doing well. I want to do everything in my fucking... I want to do everything I can for this game to do as well as possible and to be as good as it can, right? So, if I can get myself in a position like that, I would love it. Because I genuinely want to have like talks with these guys. I wanna like pick those brains. Like I wanna understand what is the logic behind some stuff, and just like tell them about some stuff. Time to learn Korean. I mean, I just hope. Oh, sorry, I dropped my mic again. I just hope that whatever happens with the global community in this game and like the global release, they're gonna have a branch. Mic drop, yeah. They're gonna have a Western branch that is gonna hold some amount of power similar to how AGS held power in Throne and Liberty. You know what I mean? Like, I hope it's not gonna be the NC West we've known for the past few years that have kind of been doing fuck all with the NCSoft like game release. Good goal, too many contracts. Swoop in and expect seat at the table because they have 1k regular viewers. Yes, exactly. And this is, and look, at the end of the day, good for them. I don't care about what anything else is doing. I'm only looking at my own bubble right now. But whether it's me or anybody else, I want that if they actually do those type of things like content creator roundtables and stuff like that, I want us as players to have an agent that actually knows what the fuck is going on, you know? To be in there, like in the trenches, you know what I mean? So, yeah, we'll see. Look, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I just want someone to walk up in the fucking NC South headquarters, to sit down with fucking Namyoung, to just grab him by the fucking collar and shake him violently and tell him, fucking remove Paratheostons from the game, what the fuck are you doing? That's what I want, alright? Like, fucking slap him across the face a couple of times, like like, get him to remove Freeze from the game, you know? Like, knock some sense into these peoples. Wouldn't it be more productive to find NC investor instead? Brother, I don't think the fucking investors know what a Paradise Theostone is. Let's be dead ass for a second. I don't think they know what a fucking Ion is. Like, you're gonna walk up to an NCSoft like Samsung investor and you're gonna tell them, do you know what Ion is? And they're gonna be like, isn't that the shit in Gatorade? And then you're gonna tell them, no, that's electrolytes. Ion is a video game. Even better, they won't question if it's bad for their business. I mean, in a way, I guess. Someone please clip that. I mean, you have the power to do it yourself. I mean, at least I think you do. But yeah, like, again, bottom line, yeah, just be prepared, just be ready, just be on the fucking terrain. when the time comes, you know? Because I don't want one of those like MMO multi-gamers that play MMOs like the 1 week and then drop them to be the guy that's invited to talk about the game, because then he's gonna be like, can you add a flower robe skin into the shop because I think that's very important. Like, every single time you play a game and these guys get invited just because they have like a big viewership and they talk about the most random shit. Like, we all remember all of the journalist incidents on Final Fantasy XIV. We don't want that to happen again. When are you adding peaches into the game? Just, no. No. I'm supposed to be working. I don't pay you to give me bad life advice. Fuck. He's actually paying me. He's one of the guys that didn't get us gifted a sub. Yeah, you got me. You got my ass. Alright, fair enough. Can you add an LG TV Plus class? Dude. It's Samsung. You're gonna ask them to add the fucking LG TV? They're gonna like, get out of the fucking room, dude. That's a competitor. I'm sure they're all friends behind the scene. Who knows? Although I don't think they're even the same country, so I don't know. I don't know about that. I want to say LG is what nationality is LG again? I was gonna say German, but that's probably not true actually. I'm probably thinking of something else. I mean that's probably one Google search away, so I'm sure someone in chat will figure it out. LG is Korean? Oh, it is? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking of something else then. This part of Chables? Ah, okay. I'm definitely thinking of something else then, yeah. Yeah, I don't even think we're gonna be able to get every ult out of the way today. I don't know. We'll see. Wow. Okay, more of that, please. Now that is a chest I can get behind. Yeah, that's big. Dude, chest piece and legs, that's the most unlikely pieces as well. And the building mat. Incredible. Oh wait, did I store the Kina by accident? Oh yeah, because it's automatically storing Kina because it's an already stored item, XD. Let me just keep it in my inventory then. I'm just asking to go easy on him. Nah. He's he needs some sense put into him. Electrical razor. True. Yo, can we do a before and after of this guy's face? From before the release and after the release? I'm pretty sure he's aged like 15 years minimum in 3 months. I wonder how they're gonna handle the live streams as well. Because okay, let's be honest. Every single fucking week they come on their live stream, right? And they keep saying, "Oh, this isn't gonna be a regular thing," and it's been a weekly occurrence every time except for New Year, since the release of the game. It's pretty likely that this shit is gonna keep going for a while, right? So I wonder how they're gonna handle the live streams on the global side, or even like information relays. Like if they're gonna keep doing live streams, or if they're gonna do like stuff like Tico Talks, right? Looks like me every time we finish a project, except he's in a permanent state of finishing the project. Thanks you for the follow, Magnus. Appreciate it. Appreciate ya. Just follow Final Fantasy 14 live letter format. I mean, to an extent they have been, except they've been doing a live letter every fucking week since the game released. Like, how many lives did we get since the game released? Like, has anyone been keeping track? Because they're not numbering them, right? At the beginning, they were numbering them. They were like, ooh, Iron Knight number 2, ooh. But then, yeah. One every week. I mean, we got even more than that, technically. Especially at the beginning. Like, at the beginning, they were literally doing one live every other day. And they skipped only 1 week since, so... We probably got something in the midst of like 30 live streams since the game came out. Yeah, maybe not 30, but like at least 20 something. Which is insane. Like, unironically, I know I said that as a joke before, but like, unironically, these guys stream more than some people that I know that do streaming for a living. These guys are more of a streamer than some like Twitch streamers, man. It's crazy. Also, they actually read their chat. Unlike some people. Assuming that reach a point where the game is in a good position with only weekly streams. I mean, I think like, okay, it's really gonna depend on like how they handle content and stuff. Because obviously content presentations are always going to be nice, but right now the game keeps getting updated every week in like a pretty major way, right? We keep getting new content every week, we keep getting like major balance patches every week. So they keep announcing these, right? But I guess hopefully after a point they're going to like kind of calm down. Like, unironically, I kind of want them to also stop having such like knee-jerk reaction to everything and just like sit with the problem, you know what I mean? Like, I know this is a bit counterintuitive, but I kind of want them to like sit with the problem sometimes instead of like, okay, we need to fix this now, so here's the emergency change we made, right? Just like sit back, let people cook, right? Both with the balance and like the content problems in themselves, because sometimes problems just kind of solve themselves, and sometimes when you wait before fixing a problem, the actual root of the problem shows up instead of what you were about to fix. There's something that is more like ingrained that shows up, right? So yeah, I hope they let us like sit longer, and also I hope that after season 2 we get to sit with the content that we have for longer, because the game has enough content, alright? Just let us farm our gear, right? Let us get everything. Let us get into the routine of everything before you release more, because we definitely don't need more right now, especially after season 2 is over. Like, I hope season 3 is just gonna be like a sit back, finish what you started kind of season until season 4. And then season 4 is obviously gonna bring in the level 50 cap, so we'll see how that goes. Okay. Alright, by the way, completely unrelated topic, right? But I've been thinking for a bit, right? But already at the end. Poggers. I've been thinking for a bit. I think I'm gonna try having a more fixed streaming schedule so you guys can know what to expect. I like the current. Here's the current idea, right? And you guys tell me if that's fine by you. But I think I'm gonna do Tuesday, Wednesday, probably NA streams. So the later streams, like yesterday, right? And then Friday, no stream, so I have time to work on videos. And then Sunday, Saturday, Sunday, the regular like long streams like today. Like more EU-friendly long streams. Like that's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. Also, I just animation cancelled my my buff. Fuck me. Maybe I'm gonna make the NA streams a bit longer to compensate. Maybe I start a bit earlier. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I think that should be a good middle ground. So this way, there's 2 EU streams, 2 NA streams, and then I you know, I have some time to work on videos and stuff in the mix. But yeah, I think I'm gonna experiment with that. And then I'm gonna leave Monday as like a trump card. See whether I just take a break on that day or if I want to do a long stream. Whatever is late is fine for me. Yeah. I think the later streams work best for some people. It's just that when I do late streams, I just can't do as long of a stream, right? But yeah. Yikes. Tried to dodge one thing, got hit by everything. Classic. Yeah, and we'll see in the future. Maybe I just like I could, in theory, adjust my sleeping schedule to only do like late streams and have them last longer, but we'll see. The thing is, they would not be EU friendly, right? So not necessarily the best. I do want to keep the stream somewhat EU friendly to an extent. Watch a PvP video yesterday, 1 point of feedback. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You can just like say it here, it's fine. Like if you want to like put a more elaborate suggestion, you can obviously leave it in the suggestion channel, but we can talk about it here. That is okay. The thing with the editing is, I mean, before you even say anything, I kind of want to do more with the editing. It's just that I'm kind of finding myself running out of time. And if I want to have a reasonable pace of video release and stuff, I just kind of have to stop myself from like spending too much time on a single given video, right? Because at this point, just like the script writing and the recording and so on and so forth is already taking like a quite significant amount of time. I got music with laid out, especially in the entry track. Well, I can see. Yeah, sure. I mean, I have like I use an EQ thing, right? So I I typically tend to have all of them at about the same volume, so it's like, yeah, like it should be good enough. But I also know that my I have a specific audio setup, right? And it's entirely possible that for some other setups the audio balance might be a bit off. So yeah, definitely let me know if that's the case. Yeah. Also let me know if that was also the case in previous videos. But yeah, 100%. I can I can turn that shit down if that's better. But yeah, thanks for the feedback. Regardless, it is appreciated. And also, if anybody in the chat agrees with that sentiment, feel free to let me know. Should I recommend music tracks? Yeah. I mean, that's typically what I do, right? But I just, it's just, you know, it's a stupid thing, right? But I just try to keep it thematic, right? And because the video was about PvP, I was like, I'm just gonna use the PvP tracks in this game. Like, there's not, it's really nothing more than that, right? And because it's not the easiest to find this game's tracks at a good quality. Like, I'm using the NC Sound channel, right? And then I'm also using some of the data mine stuff that we have. So yeah. But yeah, definitely I'll pay more attention to that next time. But on my audio setup, at least, it was like the audio balance seemed fine, but yeah, maybe on like mobile or stuff like that, it's a bit different. I also know that my sometimes the accent that I have makes me slur words a bit, which makes me a bit harder to understand, right? So I do try to is this guy skipping? I think he's skipping. Oh no, he's opening for the other guy. Okay. I do try to enunciate my words a bit better, but you know, sometimes I get a bit lost in the sauce during the recording, and sometimes some stuff is a bit hard to understand. I'm just trying to not go like full on XQC on you guys, at the bare minimum, you know. Bruh. Oh, okay. That was almost a bad Yakuza. But yeah, definitely do let me know if you do go back to watch them. Although maybe don't go too far back in time, because I definitely had some mic setup problems on the earlier videos. Let's just put it this way. Definitely has nothing to do with the fact that my mic was literally just like 10 meters away from me. Physical again. Stick to the point, are concise. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm doing I do write scripts to make sure to like stay on track on everything, and to make sure like it's as concise as possible, because Obviously, the easiest way for me to go about this would just be to like yak on stream about the topic and then like quickly make a video edit of it, but I think there would be some amount of like preciseness and conciseness that would be lost in the process if I did that, even though it would be much easier for me. So I think I think the scripted format is just fits better for stuff like this. Some creators spend 20 minutes explaining a 5-minute topic. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to avoid, right? Like, I'm not trying to turn something that could have been an email into a 20-minute video, you know? I'm not that desperate for content, and also I don't have ad revenue on my YouTube videos yet, so I'm not benefiting from making them as long as possible yet. But no, I'm never gonna drag out my videos just for that. That's not gonna happen. Although, as I said, I do plan on possibly starting a roundtable / podcast type thing for stuff like more open discussion, open-ended topics. So we'll see whenever I start to do that. I just have to like take the time to properly think everything through for that. And also find the people that would want to yap with me. Damn, I wasn't that, huh? Unfortunate. Yo, free me? Free me though? Any freers? Nope. Mechanics are for cars, yep. That would be cool, yeah. Like right now, I mean, I can just tell you guys what I have in mind, right? Like I've been spending. Is the boss just like stuck in the wall? I've been spending some time like actually, even though like I don't tend to listen to that too much. Like been taking some time to listen to stuff like MMO podcasts and stuff like that, just to see what other people are doing that would work. And right now, what I'm kind of landing on is would be a format with, well, basically, it would start up with like a viewer question. Like maybe I open like a Discord channel or something on the community Discord where people can leave like more elaborate questions. And then basically we go over that question at first. And then we switch over to the main topic, and I would mainly want to keep the topics towards stuff that is like open-ended, balance, and content discussion. So like stuff like maybe one week we focus on the specific class balance of Gladiator, another week we do Sorcerer, and then maybe another week we do like maybe the stuff that we just talked about, like the battlegrounds in the game and how they function and how they could make them better and so on and so forth, right? So yeah, just split it in half. Just have one first half that is like just taking viewer question, and then the other half that is something like, you know, talking about broad topics and just debating about them, I guess. Maybe have it something alongside like 2 or 3 hours long at most, so it's like stomachable for people to just like turn it on and then just like listen to it in the background. But yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Just get more stuff out there for Iron 2. More than just guides and stuff like that, you know? It's also interesting and important for a game like this to... You guys wait, I'm opening. I mean, are you by yourself? Yeah, you are. I'm gonna come anyways. I don't want this guy to be stuck on the a gate boss for 50 minutes. It's important for those games to like get topics and discussions and like healthy debates about everything around, because otherwise it's very easy in a game like this to be stuck on your own view, like of your own class, your own experience, so on and so forth, without really understanding how other people interact with the game, right? So yeah, just having open discussions about different topics for people to listen to and react to and answer to and talk about, I think would be interesting. Iron Spy quests versus Iron 2 Rifting would be a good topic. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would probably be something that would be encompassed in the broad topic of like rifting in general, right? For sure. And hey, maybe you could ask that question. and we would cover that specific topic. But yeah, the main thing I'm stuck on right now is how exactly I would go about the format when it comes to like inviting people on it. It's like I don't know where to start, man. I don't know who to ask, and I don't know where to start. Because if I just do something where it's just me, then that's just a regular fucking stream. You know? Bring a Korean to represent as nephew. Dude, yes. I'm gonna get an NC representative, like, to just talk in Namjoon's behalf. Yeah. He's gonna have to answer for his sins. Oh, there we go. Was blind for a second. Is this guy stuck? Or what is he doing? Bruh, just climb the thing. Alright. And these guys are just contaminating each other, dude. And they're dead. Yeah, 4 midis on this is certainly an experience sometimes. I mean, why not, right? Like, do you guys know any Korean guys that speak English, maybe? Outside of whelps? Don't say whelps? No. Okay. No. No. Canon doesn't even play the game. Alright? I'm talking about like one of those Korean juices. You know the ones. Yeah, I'm gonna get Thank You King on the podcast, brother. That's gonna be great. Canon got a juicing wallet. Yeah, but he doesn't play the game, so yeah, no. There's no healthy discussion to have about any topic with someone that doesn't play the game, right? Go back, gonna go back for the global. Yeah, I mean, Canon is he's an MMO content creator. You know what I mean? Like, every time there's a fresh release, he's just like, he plays it for a bit. But he's not really someone that like sticks to a game or anything. Basically. But anyway, regardless, we are not in the same league, so that would not even be a possibility to begin with. I'm just a dickhead with 5 viewers. All right, let's stay somewhat realistic, guys. All right, with with our demands. All right. Now, every viewer is precious, but I'm still a dickhead with 5 viewers. Whoa! There's 17 of us, actually. That's crazy, actually. Almost dozens of us. Holy shit, dude. I could almost feel like a small conference room. Not a medium-sized one, but a small one, you know? You know the ones. With like the plastic chairs. And the really flimsy podium? Yeah, those ones. That's basically enough people to start a cult. Yo, are you guys interested? We're gonna do great things together. Only if you can get global here faster. Look, man. My DD powers are only limited, alright? Let's be realistic, again. Like, I can cure the blind, you know? Maybe I can make, like, someone walk again, but making Iron 2 come fast and global, nah, that's out of my, capabilities, dude. That's asking a bit too much. Get your attached whelps, never do. Damn, yeah, sure, man. What a lineup. Holy shit. I mean, the whelps could translate for me, you know? Yeah, easy, man. Let me just send an email. A really earnest email, you know? You know, just like how you sent letters to Santa Claus when you were a kid. I'm gonna send an email to Namjoon. Yeah, that's gonna go over well. Also, I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest. I kinda don't want to call it a podcast. You know why? It's stupid, right? But it just sounds not serious, you know? Like, I think I'm gonna call it like a round table or something, you know? Like, something nice. Something more like... That sounds more official. Everyone has a podcast, but not everyone does round tables. Hell yeah. Peaceful siege. Yo, I'm gonna start a feud, and I just invite people to like troll them. Just tell them they're bad at the game. Yep. Great content inbound. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it the complaint center. There you go. Bitching Central. Lamau, dude. I actually got daggers. I mean, I guess I used them. Sugar call center. That sounds depressing, dude. Multi-hit. I mean, yeah, sure. I'll use that. Man, I have to enchant this to +10 as well. Man. Yeah, that's like a bit more than 1 mil. Whatever. Cool, that's enough just for the eye level situation. Alright, this character is officially completely juiced for the mid-range. Like, I literally cannot get any more upgrades from Vakron and Urugugu. Like, that's it. That's as good as it's gonna get. Just don't look at the belt, alright? Just don't look at it. Don't pretend it's like, whoop, doesn't exist. Alright, there you go. Remember when I said I would do my sealed dungeons and strongholds on the assassin off stream? Yeah, I remember that too. This guy just dying? Bro, you're 2.5k, you can't die here. Ain't no way. He's actually dead. Okay, you know what? I'm the one in charge now. I'm gonna go unlock the TP. Also, the guy's already ahead, so yeah, I guess we're doing this. Damn, he died and left. By the way, what did I hallucinate that, or did the devs talk about eventually adding the option to have the weapons always show like in Iron 1? Like, you know, like have the daggers on the side and like your shield on the back and stuff like that, right? Okay, good desync. Great job, game. Was that axed, or they mentioned it? Yeah, but I very precisely remember that they said like 2.5 months ago that it was in active development. You know, like it's not even like we're thinking about it. They said it's in development, so it's like, what happened to that? I mean, I guess it was kind of mentioned alongside the PC UI, right? So it's probably like in the same in-between state. Like, I'm pretty sure they just don't want to do it because, dude, like, when you look at the outfits in this game, especially with the capes and the shoulder pads, like, dude, if you add visible weapons in this game, it's gonna be fucking Clip City. Now, then again, you could make the argument it already was Clip City in Iron 1, and you would be right. But I feel like people would bitch about it a lot more because this is a modern game, right? But there's no way to avoid it. Like, the hairstyles and the shoulder pieces and so on and so forth in this game are so fucking crazy. it's pretty clear they were designed with weapons not visible in mind. Okay, about clipping. Hello, hello. Oh, this one, yeah. I've only ever seen one person with them. Only ever seen one, and it was a male character. Like, that one's a bit much, but you know what? You gotta respect the hustle for, like, allowing such a hairstyle to exist, right? When you have every other MMOs, like, scared of doing even, like, anything longer than a bowl cut, you know? You gotta respect the audacity. Looks kind of cool when running. I mean, it probably kind of looks like a cape, right? Like in the way it flows, I guess. Like you basically have a second cape on top of your cape. But a colorful one? Ah, I see. I mean, hey, at least you don't have to pay 200 kuna to dye it. Which, by the way, that's another thing. I will say, I do like how intricate the dye system is. One thing that I miss, though, is... I don't know if you remember, but on Iron 1, a lot of the dyes were also like cash-up items and stuff, or the more intricate ones, but you had the shitty dyes that you could just buy for like 1,000 kina from the NPC, right? I kind of miss having some default like shitty dyes available without having to pay premium currency. Because like at least, because let me tell you, like having dyes makes it easier to like cheat when you mix and match sets, right? So like you just have every piece of like different set and you dye them the same color, so this way it looks better together, right? But this way you don't have to invest into like a really expensive dye, you can just get the shitty one. Yeah, I did that a lot. Again, I'm not beating the cheap fuck allegations, but I did do that a lot. Also the petal dyes, yeah. Those as well. I remember that. So many hours farming oblique petals in Elden back in the days. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I do remember that. Especially in the like really early days of Ion. I remember the people doing that, like crossing to the enemy faction just to gather. Look, man. Look, that's another thing they could do with the PvP flag. Like, unlock special gatherables when you gather in the enemy faction with the PvP flag during Rifting times. You know? So many things they can do. That's an ult just to hide and farm there. Nice. I remember specifically, like, it was a dye on Asmosite that was, like, night blue. Like, that was really fucking popular. I'm talking about, like, the actual very beginning of the game, like, circa 09, you know? One of these again. My god. I mean, look, it's a free gold combine. This character is getting all the rare shit. Also, I think I have a gold combine on my hand. I think that was the fourth one I got. Yep, we get to do a heroic gamba. Alright, 10%. Yo, surely the game just doesn't give us shit we already have, right? Surely? This should be a free new skin. Ooh, chat, we won. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh, you know what would be sick? Give me Eternal Mace. That would be sick. Zikel's Shadow breastplate. Let me see how that looks. Chest piece, you know, chest piece is pretty nice. Alright. I mean, it looks pretty sick. Yeah. Looks pretty sick, but I think you're gonna need the rest of the set though. Yeah. What set is that part of, actually? Ezekiel's Shadow. Let me see. Ezekiel's Shadow. Armory. Usually I look up my skins on this website, but it's not finding it. Well, I have no fucking idea, because this is an eternal set, right? So I don't know what eternal set that would be a part of. Who knows? Either way, new skin. Very cool. We go again. Bruh. 3.1k, what is brother doing here? This guy is here for the Bailik mats, you already know. Actually, he's with another Nemon guy, so maybe he's just carrying that guy. That's a possibility. Yeah. I'm pretty close to the empty closet title, but it's like I'm struggling so much to get the last few skins. I don't know if anyone in chat has the empty closet title, but like I would be curious to hear about how you went about getting it, to be honest. He's doing the bosses. I mean, I'm just gonna open thing. Like, he's literally gonna 3-shot bosses. Yeah, you go, King. Pop off. I know one way. I mean, I guess you can just, like, buy out the auction house, right? Because there's the whole skin category, right? Bolts and the Bisgear disenchant. I guess you're not wrong, yeah. You just buy the Decanis gear and just like keep disenchanting it. I mean, I do have a couple of Decanis pieces from before they added the inheritance system. Like all of the pieces I replaced with Centurion, I disenchanted them and I got the skin, right? So I have these. Like, I think I have boots, gloves, earrings, and cape from Decanis as a skin. But I guess I could finish off the rest with by doing corridors on my ult. That is definitely a good idea. I think I'm gonna do that, yeah. Are you buying skins from the Howie shop regularly? I used to, but I'm not really seeing skins that I don't have much these days. Also, I haven't really been doing it since Season 2 started because I've been just permanently broke. But I guess now I'm finally going to be able to do so, yeah. 100%. I should continue doing that. Like, I used to when I was also farming, like, buying the pets at the same time, right? Like, good catch. Although, I mean, I guess they're a bit expensive, right? It's like, how much? Like 300k per skin or something? But I guess just to finish off the title, that would be a good idea. Yeah. This, right? No. There you go. I don't think I can do that by myself. Is there someone following me? There's a guy like far behind. Hopefully this guy actually comes. Like, please be smart and don't go on the boss. Actually come open the door, dude. The 3.2k template does not need your help. Yeah, I think he stopped to kill the boss with the template, unfortunately. Definitely a good catch on the Deaconist stuff. Yeah, I'll have to be doing that. I've honestly been neglecting doing corridors on my ults in general. Many reasons, but at least for this reason, I guess I should be doing it. I can't wait for them to release a 2000 skin title where you have to disenchant like Centurion gear and shit. Oh my goodness. I mean, I guess you can just get everything from the skin combining eventually anyways, so. Yeah, I don't know if I sell the Belic Mask right now because, like, Jesus Christ. I don't know if I sell the Belic Mask right now because, like, they're at an all-time high, and like gamble on the fact that they're gonna go back down, or if I just like keep them for my maze craft regardless and just say fuck it. Endurance penetration. Wow, look at that. That's actually a decent amount of soul binds so far already. Like, I kind of wanted to reroll my my shoulder piece on my main. I'm dangerously getting into Gombat territory, you know what I mean? Like, things are about to happen. I actually... Yeah, no, they're just rushing. Okay. Brother, stop desyncing yourself. Holy shit. Stay in the win stream. I'm begging. I don't know why this happens. I'm not even touching anything. It's just like sometimes the game just does this. Right. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm not gonna put this close. You're gonna have to wait for me for like 10 extra seconds, sorry. 1000 kina is 1000 kina, you know? Okay, I have a question for you guys. That is something that I've been kind of wondering about. How would you guys feel if they added perks perfect dodging? More specifically, maybe they can like as a new type of mechanic, maybe they can like add a perk for perfect dodging like certain kind of abilities, you know? Like whether it's a buff or maybe it triggers a skill or something, I don't know, but like how would you feel if they added a mechanic like that that rewarded perfect dodging with more than just avoiding damage? You know what I mean? Like incentivize people to like fish for perfect dodges, I guess. Like I guess it would incite people to greed in the sense that it would incite people to like perfect dodge more instead of just like stepping out of AoEs or using a block skill. You know what I mean? Most skill expression is always good. Yeah. Like that's kind of my feeling as well. Because like right now perfect dodging feels nice. Like it feels snappy, it feels like the sound is satisfying, so on and so forth, but the perk is really only just avoiding damage, right? Which is already pretty cool. Like it's obviously really good, especially with how tight the window is. But I think there would be maybe a room to add one more perk. Chain skill off of a perfect dodge, yeah. I mean, in a sense, the only problem with the skill thing is a lot of classes already have skills that triggers off of a dodge. But I mean, it could even be like a small effect. Like let's say if you land a perfect dodge on certain abilities, then it gives you like it refunds your stamina. Also, I don't know. It doesn't have to be massive, right? It's just like add a tiny thing extra, you know? Increase stagger damage. Okay, well it's okay. You know what? Second question, follow-up question. You must answer. How will you feel if they also added, like let's say they add this mechanic, right? If they also added a perk to perfect dodging certain abilities in PvP. In PvE, yes, but on PvP, since in Throne people had perfect dodge hacks. Yeah, I mean, I thought about that, but it's... The thing with the Throne hacks is... I guess it's a bit different because Q blocking worked different, right? And people find a way to, like, sniff out packets, the perfect blocks on Thrones, right? But, like, let's say in this hypothetical, there's no way to cheat a perfect dodge. Like, let's just go with the hypothetical that if they were to add that mechanic in PvP, there would be no way to cheat a perfect dodge in PvP, right? Like, how would you feel about a mechanic like that in PvP as well? But like, it wouldn't trigger on just any perfect dodge, because obviously in PvP, if you just spam perfect dodge, you're gonna dodge shit. That's just what happens in PvP. But only like on specific like skills. Something like damage bonus on the next skill. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Well, maybe not damage, because I don't know if we need more damage. But yeah, something like that. Would be too niche to be usable on most classes, in most cases. I guess it depends, right? Because okay, there's a lot of homogenization in the game, right? So there's definitely some profile, like some skill profiles that are shared amongst every class. So like maybe on like specifically CC skills and charge skills, like stuff like that, you know? But then if you add something like that, you would probably have to add more Qs to dodge, I guess. Immune to Theostones for the next 2 days. You know what? If they sold that effect in the cash shop, I would buy it. They don't even need to make it a perk. I'll be honest, it could work, just have no idea, have a good implementation. No. Yeah, I don't know. Like that's why I was thinking of something small, like just the stamina refund, right? But then again, the stamina refund would not be very useful. Is this guy fucking serious? The stamina refund would not be very useful in PvE specifically. But then again, they could add differentiation, right? A title with a Theostone resistance boost, yeah. We just need Theostone resistance as a stat. Oh, you know what? Just fucking remove Theostones from the game. How about that? Yeah. Just go the extra mile, you know? Not taking any damage is enough, I think. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's just... every time I perfect dodge, I'm like, damn. You know, I'm like, okay, I did that, and I didn't take any damage. But okay, here's the other side of it. There's a lot of shit to perfect dodge in this game in PvE, but fact of the matter is, a lot of the telegraphs that don't do fucking damage anyways, right? So I feel like in a lot of cases, and specifically on certain certain classes, right, especially in PvE, you're just like, whatever, I'm just gonna eat everything, it doesn't matter, right? It just basically just give an incentive for people to perfect dodge more, right? It's 3 boss. Because perfect dodging is definitely a skill. Like, it's definitely something that you have full control over by yourself. So, yeah. Maybe don't do anything with it in PvP, but maybe in PvE, give a perk. I don't know. I just... Look, man, it's also... I want to see people greed for perfect dodge and die. I'm gonna say the truth. I want to see it happen. I want to see people step in AoEs on purpose. Like, have the hubris to step in AoEs and, like, fish for perfect dodge to get something, and then just, like, die. I think that's fun game design, you know what I mean? Risk reward, basically. Would be really hard to balance, giving too little. Just moving forward and back, waiting for the push. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. For PvP, yeah, 100%. I see what you mean. Yeah, on the higher end content, I agree. But I guess the design philosophy I'm also thinking about is like, even for the day-to-day, like the day-to-day content, like more boring content, and also even for the solo content like Nightmare, you know? Because like Nightmare, you literally just run circles and you just like stand out of AoEs. You never interact with the mechanics. So like maybe incentivize people to step into the mechanics to maybe get a damage boost, you know what I mean? Because they perfect dodge. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. But like I can definitely see the negatives that could have. Cleric contest with DSM would yeah. But in a sense, I don't know. I think that's also fine in PvP. To want to fish for like opportunities and stuff. I think that's also part of a skill set, right? So just like bait stuff to get a perfect dodge and have a better initiate. It also means you have to be careful when you use certain skills, right? All of a sudden, if there's repercussion... Okay, you know what? Okay, this is gonna sound evil. And maybe this is not a good idea, but okay. Let's say in PvP, if you perfect dodge a CC, it reflects the CC back to the receiver. Yeah, that's probably not a good idea. That's probably not a good idea. Yeah, this guy is about to open. SMC relevant from that drain stamina. But like, the problem is that with PvP, if they specifically do that for CCs, they would need to add more Qs to CCs basically. Because a lot of CCs are just like instant. Obviously, in a lot of ways, a lot of CCs are like predictable just because of the way people play. Like I've perfect blocked like ambushes, pulls, freezes, fears. I've perfect dodged all of these in the past just because it's like you can feel the intent of someone who's about to do that here sometimes, but it would need to be a bit more obvious if there's an actual like mechanic around it, I guess. Reflecting that in only 4 seconds, 10%. Exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about. Every time, look, every time you see a Glad or a Templar dodge away from you because you know they're gonna gap closer to you after that, like the, you know, Templar and Glad when they dodge, they have a gap closer that also stuns you. Like every time you see that, you're like, okay, if I just reflect that, I'm stunning this motherfucker for 4 seconds, you know? Reflecting grab to grab yourself is like a terrible idea. That would be very funny though. I mean, it doesn't have to like one-to-one reflect the effect, right? It could just be like, if you deflect a stun, it just stuns the target for 2 seconds, but you know. People are just spamming it. I don't think many people do because they feel something is coming. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of that, right? Personally, I usually try to dodge with intent. Like, I know sometimes when I PvP, it looks like I'm just spam dodging, but I'm usually dodging because I know a CC is about to come that I can't predict other than like trying to predict the guy is about to do it, you know? And it works a lot of the times, but sometimes it just ends up in me like dodging like a moron like 2 or 3 times in a row. And then I get stunned anyways. But yeah. I mean, I'm not, at the end of the day, it's not something that the game needs, but it's just something that I've been thinking about, like, yeah, reward me for perfect dodging like 50 times in a row, you know? We know, okay, open world, it's too chaotic. Yeah, I see what you mean. Especially in RVR situations, right? It would be catastrophic. You just AoE a pack of guys and all of them dodge back and your character just gets fucking Thanos snapped. Maybe that'd be a bit too extreme. But I think at least in PvE there's a room to have something like that. I feel kind of stronger about that. Nice. Another pity. Augurs. Bruh. Well, my VPN crashed. That hasn't happened in a while. Alright, time to change that node. Let's see. Taiwan. I'll pick this Paris node instead. Yeah. At least it crashed after the dungeon. Is that node also not working? Bruh. Well, that's a full disconnect angle, and let me check that node then. Let me just close that down. Yeah. I mean, also adding something like that in PvE would probably help with like some of the classes that are like, you know, a bit more one-dimensional, like Sork and stuff like that. Like, because people complain about PvE being hold left click, right click on some classes. So adding a perk to fish for perfect dodge would maybe make it more exciting for them. I don't know. But then again, on that front, I think there's just like a general class rework that should probably be done, just so that's not the case to begin with, TBH. Also, fight me on that topic. I still think being able to customize your skill bind to be able to bind different skills to the same button is maybe not the best idea they've had. To make one button rotations for people, I don't know. That's I feel like that shouldn't be a thing. Maybe. Like, I understand why they did it, especially with the whole like proc system and stuff they have going for them, and it does add the opportunity for them to add more skills without adding more bars, right? But yeah, like I stumbled on a Korean stream of a Sork the other day, and the guy literally had like his entire rotation on number 1, and he was just like holding the button down. Craft Ebony Guard or craft Dark Dragon Guard plus ring? Well, if I was you, I wouldn't craft a Dark Dragon ring. Personally, if I'm gonna get a ring, I'm just gonna get Splendid Star Dragon, because you get only skills on these anyway, so you get virtually no stats from getting a high level item, right? So that would be my my prerogative. But I would say, let's say if you had the choice with like a Dark Dragon Guard plus E-ring, for example, instead of the Ebony Guard, I would make the Dark Dragon Guard plus E-ring personally. Yeah. The only slot I would ever go Ebony or above on is the weapon right now. And then the rest just go Dark Dragon, and one day maybe upgrade to like Demonic Dragon or something. Can I ever feel like the irony of seeing Expo Orb complaining about one button rotation on Iron 2? Well, did that happen? Oh hey, my keyboard settings got switched again. That's fun. Does that also happen to you guys? Like, like your game crashes and your keyboard settings change? Because it keeps happening to me with this game. I don't know why. Yes. French keyboard. There we go. Go Horn Dragon? Yeah, of course. Why craft at all if it's not gonna be Horn Dragon? In fact, it's if it's not biz, don't make it. It used to happen to me in Iron 1. Yes, all the time. Okay, at least I'm not alone in that. I have a Czech keyboard. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have a French keyboard, which, you know, it's the French keyboard is the odd one out. It's like, yeah, we're just gonna have a completely different fucking layout than the rest of the world, you know? Just don't mind us. And of course, because this is what I grew up using, I'm completely incapable of using a QWERTY keyboard, which means that in any other country I have to bring my own keyboard because otherwise I cannot function. Yeah, thanks for that, friends. Very cool. Very much appreciate that. Let's see. I was watching an Iron 2 review and the dude complained about the one button rotation. I was like, you make guide for X4 Hope? Oh, really? Look, I'm not gonna say anything. But some people definitely, especially people who play Throne and other games like that, some of these people definitely made reviews in bad faith of Iron 2. Yeah, definitely. I haven't watched all of them, but I've seen a couple and I definitely rolled my eyes at them. It's like, dude, you're a Throne and Liberty player. Just you don't get to talk about these things, you know. When I moved to Belgium, I was so upset of a keyboard I can't even use it at all. Yeah. Just kind of ironic. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's only it's a bit obnoxious when someone draws the comparison to another game that does that one thing worse, you know what I mean? And yeah, that definitely happened with a few Throne and Liberty players that were like maybe afraid that their game would die because if this game did well, so they just kind of rushed bad faith reviews. I ran into like one or two and I was like, wow, I've never seen such a load of bullshit in my life. That's kind of impressive, honestly. I'm done. Wait, I'm done already? Damn, that flew by. Okay. Wait, am I smoking crack? I feel like I had like 1,000 energy. Have I already done 1,000 energy worth? Okay, well, I feel like I barely started, but okay. Sure. Oh my god, I don't have room for the money, dude. Jesus Christ. First world problems. Okay, chat. Question. Do I try to reroll my shoulder piece right now? Do you think it's worth the gamba? Or do I wait until next week's Sanctuary? Of course Cyber would push me to crime. Yep, it's time. It's a 1% stat, by the way. Just so everyone is in agreement. Regeneration is a 1% stat. Wait is for the weak. Why do I even ask, you know? Why do I bother asking? Also, let me convert that first. I'm here for the drama. Of course you are. If I end up with natural HP regen, I will be sad and upset. Okay, so I need enough for just a ring. What the? Okay. What does it not? Doesn't it mean like... Okay, now it does. Okay, I just close and reopen the menu, I guess. Sure. Sure, dude. Just want to see someone failing shit like me too. I thought we had something going. You know? I thought you guys liked me. You just want to see me suffer. That's what you want. Alright, let me turn off the chat cover. And I think that should be enough, right? I think you guys should be able to see the stat. Let's see. Soulbind. Yeah, okay. So this line is pretty good, but I want to replace it with regeneration. That's the Gamba. And it's 1.3%. Okay? 1.3%. We're sure about this. We're gonna do this, right? My boots without movement speed impossible. and that's the person pushing me to crime, right? Not gonna happen. Whatever, man. I think we ball. How many attempts do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 attempts. And then I can also craft the... you know what? I'm gonna craft them already, in fact. Yeah. Let me make them. I have a couple. So 15 tries. Surely, right? 15 tries of a stat that nobody wants to believe me is good. Alright, shoulder for shoulder. HP. Crit resist. I mean, we're in the right ballpark. HP again. XDD. One benediction. Isn't that the HP percent one? I mean, this one is pretty good, honestly. Not the worst one. Great. Constitution. Constitution is also good. Like, if the only thing that matters is at the end of this, when I run out of mats, I just have something that is okay. So like, if I'm on like the second to last roll and I get something decent, I'm just gonna stop, right? And P. One benediction again. What's the Abyss for PvE? I think bleed and poison. Oh! Oh? Well? Well? Alright. This game is a little bit too easy for my taste, chat. I don't know. I don't know about this one. That's quite the easy game I'm playing right now. Such an easy game for toddlers. Alright, well. Did you get it? I wasn't here. What does that look like? Yo, I didn't see it. Can you re-roll again until you get it? So I'm here. Brother. How much regen you got? I think 24. 25%. So, okay. I do have a few things I need to do still. I have a few Pantheon items I want to replace for life. So I get more, and I also get more HP. And on my bracelet, I'm thinking that if there's something I could reroll for life. Then again, technically speaking, I just have to wait for a Ludra bracelet. And then if I get a Ludra bracelet, I get these 4 plus life, right? And basically, if I do that, I would have over 30% regeneration. So, which is almost like straight up 30% for most people, because like no one has regen pen. Like, I looked at yesterday's PvP footage from my PvP session, and dude, that shit was proccing non-fucking stop, even against like Omega geared people. So I don't know, man. I think this is the play. I think regeneration is pretty fucking good. Why you take regen pen? I don't have regen pen. I'm speccing towards regen. How does regen works? Every time you get hit, if it procs, it gives you back 15% of the damage you just took in HP. So basically, it's a 15% damage reduction, functionally, right? So it's like a weaker endurance, but it procs way more often because no one is speccing into regen pen. No one. Because death is not a good stat. So that's why I'm speccing into it. And it's working honestly pretty fucking well, like genuinely, yeah. And the funny part about regen versus endurance is that if it procs on a reload, on like a 1 point of damage hit, it actually heals you. So yeah. All right. Let me go back on the Chanta for more dungeons. You took regen? Yes. I'm really happy. Okay, let me yap about my build a little bit more. Like, I'm really happy with the way my build is turning out right now. It's to the point where I'm feeling confident enough to potentially make a cleric guide, like a cleric build guide. Yeah. Like, I'm actually pretty confident that this is what I made is working out really fucking well in PvP, because people that have like 50 times better gear than me, even DPS classes, are struggling to kill me, which is good. And I'm also doing like pretty good damage considering I'm using this. So yeah, like I have a feeling if I had like slightly better enchantment and if I had a better weapon, I would legitimately be fucking unstoppable. Yeah, because like with this build, I'm finally able to fight Templars, even really good Templars, and like I'm finally able to keep up with Templar, and I can just full sustain Ranger nuking me. I can full sustain a Spirit Master nuking me. Like the only thing that's killing me right now, straight up, is either Zergs or power procs. Sorks, yeah. Sorks as well, I'm able to sustain. Again, the only thing that I'm weak against with Sork is the freeze. But at the end of the day, there's just nothing any class can do about the freeze. Now, obviously, I have impact type scrolls and I have the invuln. These are my two counters for the freeze, right? But it's not always possible to use them. So, you know, but yeah. Because what I saw till now were horrible guides. Do people even make guides in this game? Okay, real talk, real talk. I'm gonna have to be completely transparent with you guys. I don't watch any fucking content in this game because I just, first of all, I don't have time. And second of all, I feel like there's just no English content. So I don't know of anyone else making content in this game, right? So yeah, I don't know what people are talking about. I don't know what guides people are making. What do you think the fix is to the Sork freeze? Defiance. I think if a Sork wants to get a freeze to nuke someone, they should bait your Defiance before being able to pressing the button. I think the freeze should be defianceable. Bottom line. Like that's it. That's the only fix it needs, really. When you think about it, right? Because then if you can defiance the freeze, then all of a sudden you can juggle the scroll, you can juggle the invuln, you can juggle defiance, and then defiance can proc. And like you can play around your defiance when you approach a Sork, so the Sork has to approach, you know, like, yeah, just defiance. Just let us defiance freeze. And you know what? Let us defiance paralysis. Whatever. How they nerf Mockingblade? Yeah. It's literally... Is it the best solution? No. The best solution would be to just remove these CCs from the game. Those CC types like paralysis and freeze. Just remove them and then adjust the kits to work with, like, to not work around them. But the immediate fix that would just make everything better, it just allow us to defiance them. Same for fear. Just let us defiance fear. Fucking whatever, you know? At the end of the day, there's not a single button in the game that should allow you to just take away control from someone for 5 seconds with no counterplay. This is not the answer. This shit is not the answer. This is a terrible solution. Because this is only remotely usable in Arena, and it's usable in Arena mostly by whales. So this is not a solution. Defiance is the solution. Yeah, that's... Like, I've been saying this since day one. League figured it out a few years ago, yeah. I mean, look, I'm just gonna let them cook, right? It's pretty clear they are taking very small baby steps towards doing these types of shit, and I think it's pretty obvious that it's eventually gonna be this way, right? So whatever, just take your time. But it's gonna have to happen eventually. Either they have to severely rework a lot of things, or they just make this shit defensible. Because guess what? The grab skills were just as fucking stupid as that. Mocking Blade, Disorienting Blow, Shadowfall, it was all fucking stupid. And then they make them resistible and defensible. Bam, fixed. Now maybe it was a bit too extreme in some cases. Because the problem with Mocking Blade is that it's fine. I think it's fine for Glad to have a guaranteed CC that punishes you for wasting your Defiance early into the fight. But the problem right now is that the fact of the matter is, if you build into CC resist even a little bit, you literally just fall out of a Mocking Blade. Like, it just never works on you. Mocking Blade went from being completely fucking OP to completely fucking useless in one patch. So I think they still need to tweak a few things with Mocking Blade. But when it comes to the freeze and paralysis and fear, yeah, just fucking make them defensible. Or at least make them defensible until you figure out a better idea, you know? Okay, I need to craft on this character. I have run out over there already, bro. How can you beat Cleric without fear or any other tanky class which can heal himself? That's a separate problem. That is a separate problem. That's when you add more anti-heals into the game. And again, I've been saying this. The solution to all of that is to give more anti-heals. And also to make anti-heals undispellable. It's either that, or you give seals, and then you give people the option to bury the seals, right? Like, at the end of the day, it's not one single fix that needs to happen, it's a bunch of fixes, right? Now, to be fair, SM as it stands has a huge burst potential. Like, I've been one-tapped by the occasional SM. It happens. If you get a bit careless, right? They get you, they chip you, and then they get out the Ancient Spirit, and then they fuck your entire ass. That happens, but I do think there's a few other tweaks that need to happen. But bottom line is, these types of CCs are not the solution. This is not how you balance a game. Okay, I'm still gonna do these for the Cleric mat. Also, I have a few complaints. By the way, on the topic of Elementalist, I have a very specific complaint that I don't think anybody else has, but I do. Okay, this guy's 3k. I'm just gonna open TPs. And that complaint is that they need to make the Dispel, whatever the Dispel is, both for Elementalist and Assassin, have a very obvious sound cue. Because in Iron 1, there was a very obvious sound cue and like visual effect to the Dispel. In this game, it's basically fucking invisible. You don't notice it. And because they made it so you can get your important buffs and your invulns dispelled as of the last patch, not having a Q puts you in a really awkward situation. Because like, let's say you're fighting, like let's say I'm a Cleric and I'm fighting like 1v3, right? And one of the guy is an SM. I do my best to cover my invuln, but they press the Dispel and it gets through to my invuln. I'm basically not noticing it until it's too late, because there's no cues to the fact that I just got Dispelled, right? So I wish they would add a sound cue similar to Iron 1. How is this guy dead? Yeah, I wish they would add a sound cue to the Dispel. Like, Iron 1 was that's one thing that Iron 1 was absolutely masterfully executing its sound cues for everything. Iron 1 was great at having insanely clear and distinct sound cues for important stuff. And I wish this game did a bit of a better job at it. Are they not doing all 3 bosses? I mean, this guy died somehow, so... Better visible buff debuffs. This, for now, I'm kind of putting it on the... under the gist of... And thank you for the follow, Sutami. Or Sutame, I guess. Under the gist of, like, the UI not being definitive, I'm hoping that whenever we get a modulable, like, final UI, we're gonna be able to customize it to, like, be a lot better visible. So for this, I'm still holding thoughts, although I still fully agree. Especially, like, the tiny icons here are not visible enough, and when they start blinking, they're too dark. So sometimes it's hard to tell. Like, it's basically impossible to tell one Theostone proc from another. You basically just recognize what Theostone is procced on you because of the length, right? And like the fact that your bars are grayed out. Like if you can't move and your bars are grayed out and you see a Theostone icon, you're like, yep, I'm paralyzed. But that's it, right? Also, like I had that complaint already. I do want to see them give us the possibility to have more visible buffs and debuffs, because like both on those bars down here and on the enemy bar, it gets truncated. It just says like +1 after a while. I want to be able to see everything. So I hope they're gonna give us the option to remove the truncating for sure. Because it's especially ridiculous when you're fighting like a Glad, right? Because Gladiator has like 50 million buffs that proc whenever they initiate on you, and if they immediately invuln, the invuln is not visible. Oh, since I have an important buff, can see I don't know because of close metros. Yeah. No, I 100% agree. Yeah, like the truncating and the icon size and so on, I hope is going to be customizable when like again they mentioned that the modulable UI is coming soon, right? So I hope that the modulable UI is not just going to be us being able to move shit around. I hope it's also going to be us being able to resize and customize stuff, because yeah, that all of that is stuff that needs to be better visible. Although again, I'm gonna be honest, my my demands and my standards for the buffs and debuffs bar have dropped below ocean level after Throne and Liberty, because holy shit, I have never seen a game with such absolute dog shit buff and debuff bars. Like holy moly, dude. Like Iron 2, even in its current state, is the gold standard compared to that game. Jesus Christ. Like the buffs and debuffs in Throne are so horrendous. It's almost... It's not even laughable. It's just like sad. And it still is the case to this day. I don't understand how no one is complaining about this. Insane bullshit in so many, yeah. It's like there's 50 million procs and your buff and debuff bars are just those tiny little things that are barely visible, and they're all the same color. Like I don't know if you guys remember when we first saw footage of Iron 2 and the like the skills on the bars were all like monochromatic. Like I don't know if you remember the very first time we saw the game. Now imagine that, but imagine the buttons is like even smaller than the buff and debuff icons on Iron 2, and you also make them monochromatic like that. You literally cannot fucking tell them apart. Now you eventually get to recognize a few important ones that are literally vital to be able to PvP, but this shit is completely unreadable. Which is insane for a PvP game. I don't know. So yeah, just because of that, my standards are like below ocean level. Yeah, this is actually pretty fast with this character. I mean, I am over-leveling this dungeon with this character, to be fair, so... Also, another gold. I'm actually getting quite lucky today. I mean, dude. Of course I'm fucking getting lucky. Like after literally getting the reroll on my shoulders within how many rerolls were there? Like 9? Yeah. Okay. To my defense, alright, I struggled like an absolute motherfucker when I rerolled my my rings the other day to get healing light to level 16. Dude. Do you know? Okay, you know what? Just take a guess, chat. Take a guess as to how many rerolls it took me to get healing light on my breakthrough 3 ring. How many goals do you think I spent to get healing light on that 1 ring? Because I took note of it, okay? Just say a number. Just guess. Okay, this guy's going for it. I think he's still on the boss now. 35? Rookie numbers. Keep guessing though, keep guessing. It's higher. 150? Not quite. Radiant recovery, level 19 here, yeah. It's rough, dude. Like, I will say, soul binds in this game is the only thing where I was ever tempted to swipe. To be like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna buy 50,000 gold and get this over with because I'm done, right? Like, this is the only thing that has ever tempted me. But yeah, it took me 90 fucking rerolls to get healing light on my ring. 90. 2 weeks of sanctuary golds plus 30 million kina worth of auction house golds. I spent everything to get that healing light. Now, was it worth it? Yes. It's been great, but Jesus Christ, dude. Just rolled 70 and still did not get what I want. Yeah. I mean, and this is why this system specifically, I want to see them expand this system to like have some kind of pity, of like have some kind of mat where we just have a guaranteed path. Because holy shit, dude, okay, I had a streak of 10 rerolls where it gave me natural HP regen, 10 in a row. Like, dude 70 reroll combat speed, oh my god. Yeah, it's bad. It's yeah. Like, I'm not gonna complain because I've had some absolute fucking stinkers of soulbind rerolls, right? But at least I got them in the end, you know? And I'm at a point where I can look at my soulbinds on my main and I'm like, okay, I'm done, right? And now we can transfer them, so I never have to redo this ever again. So yeah, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty stoked about that. Did I transfer it? Yeah. Dude, there's no way. I'm never doing rerolls again. Like on my PvP kit, that's it. I'm done. It's over. I'm gonna inherit everything. Every single piece of gear, I'm just inheriting from now on. Don't forget, you gotta go through this and more on EU. Look, Cyber. Every day I go to bed, and it takes me like 3 hours to actually get sleep because I'm thinking of that, alright? But there is one saving grace that eventually allows me to find sleep. And you know what that is? It's the cope that I'm thinking there's no way this system is gonna make it to the West as is. Because every time I think about this, I'm reminded of the Throne and Liberty rune system. And when it eventually came to the West, the entire system had to be changed. Do not be RNG bullshit. Because it was very similar to how the soulbind system is, right? So, my one cope is that the system is gonna change by the time I have to do it again on EU. And you're never gonna take this away from me, right? Don't just get Gallop of Assassin, yeah. And you can't use old Sing Stones? Yeah, that kind of sucks. Kind of sucks that you can't do that, because it would make Sanctuary is already like pretty powerful as an ult, but if you could also transfer the Soulbind Stones, Sanctuary would be fucking goated as an ult. The worry is, assuming we have inheritance on launch, is it just worth to start rolling your gear as soon as you get it to your first dungeon piece? No. Because at the end of the day, the inheritance is really only worth when you also have the enchant and everything. And you are limited on the amount you can get by season, right? Because it still costs you 10 mil, and it's still gonna cost you a bunch of golds to get the material, like the stone that you get to transfer, right? Yeah, another gold. So it's gonna be okay. For PvE gear, you're just gonna ride your dungeon garbage with no rerolls until you hit a wall, and basically from the very beginning of the game, assuming the system stays the same, which I don't think it will, but assuming the system is the same as now, you're gonna be stashing Balic mats day one. Basically, you're not gonna invest into anything. No enchantment, no soul binds, no mana stones, no nothing. From day fucking one, all of your Kina, from all of your main, alt, everything, is gonna go into buying Balic mats. Because at the beginning of the game, they're gonna be cheap as fuck. And this is when you want to invest into them. And then from the beginning of the game, you're gonna make an entire Star Dragon set. Head to toe. Proc or not, doesn't fucking matter. You're just gonna do that. And that's gonna be your PvE gear. And this, you're gonna roll. Because this Star Dragon gear, you will inherit into your upgrades later on. Now, the only exception is gonna be the weapon. The weapon, you're gonna make a high-end weapon from the get-go. Because you're gonna use that shit for both PvE and PvP. And the weapon is important. But for all the rest, you're just gonna make the Star Dragon gear from the get-go. Because the Star Dragon gear, when you look at it, even the armor, right? Let's just check that out. That's only 7 Wrathful Mines. The rest of this is basically fucking free. It's just 7 mines. And I don't know if you remember, but at the beginning of the server, these Wrathful Mines were literally 150k a pop. Okay? Now, if you're intelligent and you make ults from the very beginning, you're just gonna spam the fuck out of Crow Cave and Dropner Cave from like day 3 on all of your characters. You're gonna be fucking rich. So if these are under 1 mil a pop, you're gonna be able to buy enough to make a full set within the first week and a half of the game. No problem. Alright? And also keep in mind, people are gonna be fucking clueless when Global comes out. You know that. Like, we're gonna be knowledgeable because we have been playing this shit for 3 months and we're gonna play for 3 more months. But when this comes out on Global, it's gonna be more clueless people than not. So these are gonna be cheap. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. You locked into drop near 10 for... Yeah. Yeah. So that's what's gonna be important. Like, at the beginning, it's gonna be very important to like invest your time and resources into what actually fucking matters. Like, rushing to the end doesn't matter. Having a strong start is what's gonna matter. To ride it until the end. Same thing with PvP gear, right? We already know if the system stays the same as it is right now, like, the play is to do Z PvP for the longest time at the beginning. Because the season PvP is capped anyways. It doesn't matter. You're gonna be able to catch up at any point, right? And PvPing a bunch of trainees for 300 AP is never gonna be worth your time. So you're gonna do Z PvP, and the only AP farming you're gonna do is gonna be from the corridors. It's gonna be from doing your dailies. Basically, the only thing that you're gonna want to do is the out-of-season AP and the metal farming. That's the only thing you're gonna do. So you're gonna make big Zergs, and you're gonna do the weeklies, the Rifting weeklies, and so on and so forth. And that's the only PvP you're gonna do. And you're gonna do it butt naked with no PvP gear. Like, at the beginning of the game is gonna be like a very PvE intensive. And look, I'm not gonna leave you guys in the dark, right? When the game is about to release, I will be making videos about this, about like how to start ideally and everything. Like, yeah, 100%. Now, obviously, the game could change by the time it comes to global. Maybe the gear acquisition and so on and so forth is gonna be different. We don't even know if we're gonna get season 1 or if we're gonna start with season 4, but Assuming that we go through the same progression as we did here, yeah. Do it after we get rich? Nah. I'm a man of the people. I will be letting the people that want to know, you know? Because at the end of the day, even when you make a guide, a bunch of people are going to start the game blind anyways. Like, none of this is going to become unviable just because someone made a video about it. Trust me. I mean, we saw it in Throne, right? Like, the people who were like KR and KR vets in Throne, they just farmed at the beginning. They were literally just farming. Nobody had a fucking clue what to do. Because Throne was on nobody's radar. Another gold, huh? This is officially winner POV. Crazy. Can we check this again? Should be up. I already have all of that. Okay, so this gives 10 skins, right? But I mean, these are pretty bad, no? I'm guessing these are not worth it. These are the same ones as you get from the battle pass, right? So yeah, it's mostly dog shit. Oh yeah, 0.0005%, yeah. Sure, brother, I'm gonna buy that. Yeah. Oh damn. About at the beginning of the game? Oof. There we go. Another fellow Chanta. Okay, it doesn't say how many bosses you want to do. But yeah, like, genuinely, with this game, knowledge is power. We wasted so much fucking time on random bullshit. Like, I've been saying this, right? But the first month, like month and a half I had in this game, might as well have not existed. I'm gonna be honest. Like, in terms of, like, raw progress, you might as well just have taken these away from me. I only really started locking the fuck in and taking the right decisions to move forward like a month and a half in. Time to make a spreadsheet with checklist for first week. Yeah. I mean, basically, when Global gets announced, it's like a month prior to the game releasing. It's gonna be time to, like, lock the fuck in and start a battle plan. 100%. Especially if you're like a free-to-play or sub-only player. My question is, how many ults am I going to have to get ready for Crowd Drop week 1? Okay, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to be completely honest. When it comes to the global release, I think I'm going to swipe $40 to buy all of the ult slots from day one. I think that's going to be the one investment I'm going to do. Because I think it's going to be omega worth it. Because, like, especially early on when the economy is young, every single Kina is going to be very precious. And Kina is going to be very expensive as well, you know? So, which means that not only are you going to be able to get a lot of Kina, to purchase Beric mats and stuff like that, but you're also going to be able to sell a lot of Kina for Kuna. And if you do that really early into the game, you're going to be able to bait all of the whales into giving you a lot of Kuna. So basically you're gonna invest like 4k kuna into making a bunch of ults, and then you sell all of that kina for kuna, and then all of a sudden you have like 3 years worth of battle passes paid within the first week of the game. You know what I mean? And then yeah, on top of that, obviously daily dungeon, like getting your pet farm done like significantly faster. And yeah, and later on when you wind down, you just do like the absolute bare minimum with these alts, like basically no time consumptions. But 100%, like the first week, it's gonna be like PVE alt angle. Very, very important, like few days. This guy aggro the other things. I mean, that's why you come help me, brother. And then we do the puzzle, and then we open it to them. That's literally all you have to do, instead of insisting on opening that one. just go open the door, please. Thank you. There you go. Figured it out. Yeah. But like, assuming everything is about the same when it comes out in terms of the progression, like yeah, investing really early into ults and really early into your crafted gear is gonna save you a massive headache down the line. Like it's gonna be a rough like first week, obviously. You're just gonna have to lock in and just like do storyline after storyline after storyline and just like buy shit on the auction house and do craft. But then after that, you're gonna be living your best fucking life, you know? Am I blind? Where's the last one? Or did he already pick it up, maybe? Oh, he already got it. Okay. Never mind. Because, like, dude, if I had been doing what I'm doing right now since the beginning of the game, I would legitimately be as geared as a Giga Whale. Like, I would be full plus 20, I would have already like an Ebony Mace. I'd be bing chilling. I wasted, dude. When I think back, I almost cringe. I wasted so much time and resources in the first month and a half, dude. I virtually made zero progress. And I think most of us did. Run up your 150 feathers for max attunement. I mean, the feathers, you're kind of... The thing is, the feathers are like really easy now because they're visible on the map, right? Although the Abyss feathers, you're just not going to do at the beginning. That's just going to be a waste of time. Because the Abyss is going to be Omega contested. So it's kind of whatever. And it just gives you Asphalt Board row. So, you know, whatever. Have you also get off the ground later? Yeah. I mean, I think the play with the feathers is just like... You get feathers on the way to the storyline, right? And you don't necessarily have to get all of them at once, because you can just get them on like different characters, right? So... Look, I'm not saying we're necessarily going to be doing that, but technically speaking, you could just optimize a route to make it so you just take a different route through the storyline every time you level up an ult, and this way you just do all of your feathers while doing the storyline on different characters. Like, that's a possibility. The best farmer here, struggle to get accuracy, yeah. And like, with ults and the daily dungeons, like, pets are a non-factor. I haven't killed a monster in the open world in like 50 years, and I'm full pets. Yeah. Like, it's gonna be really easy to route without trying too much while leveling your characters. And then you can just sync up everyone. Like a 1/4 of the feathers as well, yeah. I mean, you're basically gonna get that shit like on your way through the storyline without trying too much.
분노를 선사해 벗어나지 못할 속박에 영원히 갇히리라. 저주를 받은 자 지속에 갇히더라.
Just kill it. There you go. Give me some Balik mats, dude. Did they make a lot of stuff easier to grind that it wasn't released? Yeah, I mean, 100% I agree, right? But I didn't make a single ult until like 4 weeks into the game, for example, right? And then I think I spent like the first 2 weeks of the game just leveling my crafts and my gatherers, right? Because I just kind of assumed it was gonna be like Iron 1 where crafting was gonna be important, yada yada yada. But I just ended up like wasting a lot of time and money by doing it this way. Because we also didn't realize you could just level up your crafts to like max level by just spamming the level 1 craft either, right? And like I was manually gathering everything to level up my crafts too, like yeah, I wasted a lot of time. Like I was literally spending hours just gathering like diamond and orichalcum just to level up my crafts. And then losing money by not getting procs, you know?
힘을 되돌려 주겠다니 건드려 보라니.
And this guy was just waiting on the res. But yeah, the global release is going to be very different, I can tell you. Both because the game is going to be very different, but also because, like, we know now. When I caught a world dungeon in 45 minutes, I could easily fought all of it. Yeah, exactly. And again, like, even when I started making ult, I only made one, right? I only made one for a long time. It took me a while to start making more ults. Like I just wasted so much time. I just did blacksmithing to prioritize and got me all watching you. Yeah. Alright. Godspeed. We wish you the best. Wish you the same luck I've had so far with crafting on stream. It's funny because I pretty much failed like all of the crafts I did off stream, and when I started like streaming them, I just like kept winning. I even procced one of them, if you can imagine that. Wish me proc, yeah. Winner POV, yeah. This stream is not always winner POV, but on the crafts, it was definitely winner POV. Well, I guess I should just like stand in this. I'm out leveling this pretty bad. Yeah, doesn't matter. I really blundered. I mean, look, to be fair, I think most people did blunder. I think everyone was discovering the game, right? So I can't be too hard on myself about it, but I should have known. I should have treated this game like Iron 1. I should have made ult. I should have made all of that stuff early. On game release, I have trouble fixing in progress because I feel like I'm missing out on PvP. Yeah, I was kind of the same as well. But then again, I kind of gave up fast on PvP because, dude, really, I just missed the win stream like that. Okay, well. But I just kind of gave up fast on PvP at the very beginning because, I mean, we tend to forget, chat, we tend to forget really fast about how the PvP was in this game at the beginning, right? We can bitch a lot about the current state of PvP, but dude, we've come a long way already. We've come a long way already. Like, remember when a gladiator would just mocking-blade you and it would fuck your entire existence? Remember when you got Seal Theostone procced and you could not pot it? Yeah. Remember when half of your abilities had like wind up so fucking long you were locked in doing them for like 5 seconds? Yeah. Remember when half the gap closers didn't work because the animations were fucked? Remember when Rift PvP was just killing level 20 people because they counted as like high level players? Yeah. PvP at the very beginning was it was an experience. Really makes you wonder how they just released the game how it was at the time without thinking much about it. Like, dude, I remember when Seal Theostones were a bigger problem than paralysis. That was crazy. I remember doing arenas on Cleric, and then I would face an assassin, I would get sealed, I would run away for 6 seconds, the seal would wear off, and then I would get sealed again. Like, at least paralysis is terrible right now, but at least paralysis only takes away control for you for like 4 seconds, you know? Which still is bad, don't get me wrong, but somehow it used to be worse. Back when you could get Para Theostone and then get Para Theostone before the Theostone wore off. Ah, yes. But I mean, that's one of the reasons why every time I have someone that like comes into the chat and is like, the PvP in this game is irredeemable, it's never gonna be good, Iron 1 was better, yada yada yada. I'm like, look man, I understand this is not what you were looking for exactly, and I understand why you're upset, but you gotta let them cook a little bit. There is something fundamentally that can be good here. You gotta give it a chance, alright? You can't just throw away the entire game because it's not immediately the best thing of all time. Iron 1 PvP on release was absolute fucking dog shit. I just want everyone to remember that. Iron 1 PvP, I'm not even talking about the Korean release, I'm talking about the original, like pretty much the entirety of 1.x was fucking terrible, alright? It was bad. I heard there was no remove shock. Yes, we didn't have remove shock for like, I think like a full year of the game being out. Could have said the same insert MMO name. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, like, early days of MMOs are usually pretty rough. And for what it's worth, we are getting away pretty scot-free with this game, right? We need to complain, there's a lot to bitch about, but at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is, it could be worse. In its current status, yeah. The Iron 1 PvP was so goofy at the beginning. Like, some classes just didn't work. Gladiator, dude, okay. People are complaining about the state of Gladiator in Iron 2 right now. Dude, Gladiator in Iron 1 at the very beginning of the game, I'm talking 1.x era, was terrible. You had insane animation locks on everything. Half of your kit didn't work. Stuff like ankle snare was spottable. You could just spot ankle snare. So it was like a regular route on a fucking 5 minutes cooldown at a time. And it was a stigma. Like, there was no weapon fusion. Dude, weapon fusion didn't exist. The 200 weapon classes were terrible. Extendables felt like shit because you had no stats on them. Like, dude, like... That's why every time it's like, oh, dude, Iron 1 is so much better, Iron 1 so much better. You're comparing apples to oranges. You're comparing a game that has existed for 15 years to a game that has existed for 2 months. Chill, okay? Chill. Calm down for a second. Just take a step back. And understand that we are not there yet, okay? That's also free, then 2.x came along. And you were geared guys, and yeah. 2.x was definitely a renaissance for a lot of classes, like Templar and Glad especially, because okay, of the 200 weapon classes, the like Soak probably got away the best in 1.x, because Soak could just simply run a PvP weapon. And because there was no remove shock, like Soul could literally just like ether hold people and kill them. And even then, Inferno was like devastating in 1.x. Yeah, chill. Yeah. Just enjoy the game as it is right now. Complain about the things that need to be complained about, but pretty much just regard this like early Taiwan Korean access as an early beta. You know, look at it as this like weird little things that you're gonna look back on and be like, wow, it's crazy that we played the game in this state at the time, just like we did Iron 1, you know. Nah, I don't think we're gonna be able to. Dude, just oh my god, dude, I'm just stuck. Alright, well, fine. Delayed blast, Inferno, ether hold. Yeah. that was basically Soak. I mean, they're pretty hard to find, but I think there's a few 1.x PvP videos from Iron 1. And like, if you look at stuff like the Soak and especially the Assassin videos, dude, Assassin in 1.x. Wow. I mean, just picture Iron 1 Assassin without ether hold existing. And yes, it's exactly how you think it would. It played exactly how you think it played. Oh, this guy wants to do 3 bosses? Well, too bad. I mean, if you want to run a 3 boss, don't do an infiltration one, right? At the end of the day. Cleric was so bad at the beginning as well. I mean, okay. You could make anything look good at the very beginning of Ion because people were, I mean, especially this era of MMO, like Ion was just a very very oddball, right? The entire concept of like PvP gear and all of the mana stone socketing and so on and so forth, it was a very foreign thing for a lot of people, right? So the couple of people who got PvP gear and understood the game well enough at the beginning were basically at the top of the world, regardless of the class. Like, I pretty distinctly remember, like, a couple of clerics that got, like, full tribunus gear and stuff like that early on in 1.x that were virtually unkillable. Like, you would have the entire faction try and kill them, and it was basically a no-go. Still had a few assassin swing that was still outside of Moran Town. Yeah, Twinks. Twinks at the very beginning of Ion. I remember my server had a couple of rangers. Dude, ranger was also, like, some shit in 1.x. In an era where no one was using scrolls, Malform was basically an X form. But yeah, we had the same. I remember the exit of Redmane. Like basically every area that kind of led to a rift, usually there was a ranger or an assassin in stealth, just waiting for you. Edgy would start going crazy and hunting twinks, yeah. And then they added the curse, right? But then twinks were using the curse to like bait people into getting them. 8 Rangers is Iron 1, Iron deal a class as a mage class. Ranger in Iron 1 was just an annoying class to deal with, period, because like it was a range class with a 10% CC passive. Right? Oh god. No, don't do that. Okay. Like, getting kited by a ranger in Iron 1, especially the really good rangers that would slide shot and like do max range kiting without Bestial Fury, and would just like constantly random knockback as you were trying to chase them. Like, yeah, that was infuriating. Even in the patches where ranger was not the best, I just hated fighting them. Like, I pretty distinctly remember in 5.x when I played Chanta, ranger was one of my least favorite matchup, even though it was a pretty easy one to win, just because it was obnoxious to fight against. It was just not fun to fight against a ranger. All they did was hit AP farm all day. Yeah, I mean, I miss those days. I did twink back in the days as well a little bit. It was fun. Great slapping sound. Yeah, I mean, okay. You gotta give it to the... Okay, I mean, we had this discussion again, right? But the sound effects in Iron War were absolutely primo quality, dude. They were great. And the fucking crit... arrow crit sound and like the stunning shot sound. I think about it, you know? I think about it often. I also did twinks. The chat is not gonna understand why you say that, but I do, and I'm just shaking my head in disapproval right now. You ain't slick. Okay, I can do 2 more? 2 more. Cyber got it. Okay, what do we have here? Fresh instance again. Gotcha. I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I get recommended the odd, like, old school Ion Retail video, and it's always a little bit hard to look at for several reasons, but sometimes it's nice to look where we came from, you know? I will say that all of the videos well, most of the videos I made back in the 1.x, 2.x days are not available on my channel anymore. Some of them still are though. Like if you dig back like 13 years, you will find cringe on my channel 100%, and I will be proudly keeping it there for everyone to see. Oh no, I didn't save him in time. Good. But it's part of the game's history. The PTSD failed Fenris 4 times. Damn. That's rough, buddy. And did I do Fenris? I actually did, yeah. I was trying to think if I did Fenris back then, but I did, yeah. Because yeah, I did. Because I turned my Fenris into an HP set for PvE, yeah. So I guess I did Fenris as well. I don't remember how much I struggled though, I'm gonna be honest. If it didn't leave a lasting impact, I probably didn't struggle that much, I guess. Let's remember where our roots come from, yes. In parentheses, I didn't know Iron existed until Iron 2. I am definitely part of the team, guys. Although I don't know why, I have a brisk memory that I didn't do the hot heart craft. Okay, maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but I have a feeling I got my Fenris from, I think when 2.0 came, they just gave a hot heart of magic through an event. Maybe, dude, I don't remember. I don't know, maybe someone will remember if that actually was the case, but I feel like that's what happened. Or maybe they gave attempts? Maybe they just gave attempts. Maybe they gave like a couple of like boiling below bloods for free. And I did my attempts with those. Maybe that's what happened. That was the pity system later. Yeah, I do remember that. I think it was 7 fails? 7? It was something like that? Yeah, I feel like that happened, yeah. When the EU was still under NCSoft. I mean, for what it's worth, man, when the early Iron 1 days, yeah. Remember when the most egregious pay to win we had back in Iron 1 was a pet that picked up loot for you in the cash shop for €7, and like that was it. That was the worst thing that existed in terms of monetization in the game. Sometime I wish we could go back, but I don't think we can. I think the ship has sailed. Like, I don't know, okay, that was the case in EU, but I remember the very first thing, and like one of the only thing they had in the cash shop in Iron 1 at the beginning was the undead wug that picked up items for you. Like, that was it. I still have that pet. I still have it. Also the what were they called? The veteran rewards. Man, I wish, you know what? I would like a veteran reward system on Iron 2. It's nice, you know? Even if it's like silly skins, and like, you remember the elemental rings from veteran rewards? Yeah. Just having the aloe around you from those rings was pretty cool. It doesn't have to be anything big. What did they monetize back then? No, they charge you for installing the game. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'm remembering this wrong, but I think Ion was buy to play back then. It was buy to play and sub based originally, right? Because I remember physical release, right? My gold pack time ran out last year. I think mine runs out in 2027, but I haven't logged back into my retail character in like a long time. Buy to play and sub, yeah. And there was 1 month included with the game. Yeah, I remember that. $3.5k days left. Holy bro, invested. Okay, now to be fair, the main reason why I didn't have as many gold packs on my main on retail is because I had multiple accounts with maximum veteran rewards to get the tempering solutions, like the serums, on every New Year reset, and like make feathers to sell them. Yes, this is how I made money. And then in 5.x, like enchant accessories, like PvP accessories to sell them as well. Pre-order wings for Ilios were sick. Yeah, the pre-order wings for Ilios were the like puffy white ones with the blue like the glowy blue thing, right? And then the Asthma one were the purple ones, right? To have the email from purchase confirmation from 2009. Yay! We're all senile. Everyone in this chat is old and senile. It's fine. It's crazy to me to think that I've been playing MMOs for basically 20 years now. Yeah, if not more, probably more actually. Nah, 20 sounds right. Yeah, maybe 21. 21. Logged in recently, got like 9 billion Kina. Good God. Asmo already had your red yellow. Oh, these ones. You mean the level 30 ones? Okay. Yeah, I remember those. Oh yeah, right. The purple ones and the puffy white ones were the veteran rewards one. I think it was 6 month veteran rewards for these. Correct me if I'm wrong. What was the item using tempering solution to enhance again? Forgot I got it to +10. There were multiple, but the main one was the feathers, like the plume they were called. The Marchuten and Kaisenel's plume. Which, by the way, plume is the French word for feathers. So, the more you know. Bro, stop moving. Was worth a lot? Yeah. I only ever got mine to... Okay. In the 4.x days, I got mine to +5 because ain't no way. And in the 5.x day, I got them to +8. Okay. I got it to +10 because you had to get it to +10 to upgrade to the gold one. And then the gold one I got to +8. Yeah, that's what I did. And then there were the, I mean, I don't know, maybe some of you guys played on NA, so you probably didn't have that, but EU had an event where you could win a +12 plume. I recall having to leave my tiny pink computer on for 3 days straight to download the game. Yeah. Missed the snowball event gambles. Yeah. Dude, Iron 1 had some good fucking events. I'm gonna say that. Yeah, okay. Now, to be fair, some of the events were actually good, but some of the events were good because the rewards were good. You know? Like, so let me correct that. Iron 1 had some good fucking rewards in events. Yeah, Sugar Tomb, yeah. I'm a little disappointed that I haven't really tried to differentiate Asmo ES wings other than the base data wings. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, in Iron 1, It was the case for a lot of like the end game wings and stuff like that as well, right? Like we really only got a renaissance of the different wings with the arrival of the PvP wings in 4.7. These were different. That's when we actually had a big difference again. But from 2.0 onwards, everyone had the same wings. Like I don't know if you remember in 3.0, everyone used the Karun wings and the Tiamat wings. In 4.0, we still use these. We also use the upgraded Tiamat. We use the Beritra wings, which by the way, the Beritra wings are fucking amazing. I hope we get them again in this game. Yeah. 2.x was Stormwing. 4.x was Hyperion. And 5.x we used... What did we use in 5.x? I mean, 5.x was just the upgraded PvP wings, right? Stormwings were my favorite skin. Okay. Stormwings were iconic. Especially if you knew the origin of why they look like that. Which, by the way, chat. Let's see. Oh my god, my game is broken again. Let me go in there, see if it fixes it. Nope. But yeah, chat. Do you know why Stormwings look like that? Do you know why the Stormwings skin was like that? You know what? If someone knows, you get VIP'd. Okay, there we go. I'm not asking what it looks like. I'm asking you why it looks like that. What's the origin of the Stormwing looking like that? It's a deep cut. Alright, only OGs are gonna know. Hello Niox, how you doing? Damn, no one got it? No one knows? Am I about to lay some knowledge on you? I always skip storyline. It has nothing to do with the storyline. It's just, it's really only something you would know if you followed Ion's release. You know? Like this is, again, it's a really deep cut. Remember that Stormwing was held dimensional prison? Yeah, I'm not talking about lore or anything. Wasn't the skills thing? Okay, no one knows. Stormwings, right? Stormwings are a reskin of how the basic Asmodean wings looked originally. The basic Iron, like Asmodean wings, looked like Stormwings but black originally, and then they switched to having feathers to be more in line with Ilios later on. But there is pre-release footage of Asmodeans having Stormwings that are basically Stormwings black. How do you know this? Pre-release footage. That's it. That's literally what it is. Real Iron Nova. Yeah, dude. I'm knee deep. I'm knee deep into this fucking game. Faction would be balanced if they stuck with it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it wasn't quite all black. It was like it was a bit brownish. But yeah, that's basically how they looked. And then it wasn't exactly the same. Namely, like the tip was a bit different. Like they obviously added some like more dragon-ish features on like the top part. But yeah, it's basically one-to-one how it looked. Yeah. All right. Anyways, chat. I mean, you see the time, you know what's gonna happen, and I'm sorry, Neox, because I know you just arrived, but this is where the stream is gonna end today. I'm gonna have to go grab a bite and get a few things done. So you're leaving? No. New class, that will be a ticket for a class change. They have discussed adding class change in Iron 2 later, but it's still in the discussion phase, so who knows, right? Time for end of stream. Poggers. It was proc. Oh, you procced your god? Nice, dude. GG's. Yo, chat. By the way, before we go, there's a lot of you being subbed in the chat right now. You guys know you have emotes you can use, right? so send some like love emotes to Ilya for the proc. All right. What do you think of class transfer? I think it shouldn't exist. I think being the underdog class in a bad moment is important to the survival of the game. I think having class diversity imposed on people is good. There you go, there you go. Alright, keep it going, keep it going. Alright, but anyways, guys. Will it come? We don't know. They said perhaps they are thinking about it, but we don't know for sure. Oh yeah, I will be going off for now. Once again, if you haven't already, make sure to follow the channel both on Twitch and YouTube. And I will be back tomorrow with another long stream. Maybe I do an NA stream tomorrow. I don't know. I'll see. But it's probably gonna be a more PvP focused stream. But yeah, either way, I will let you guys know on the Discord. But yeah, thanks for watching. I will look for someone to host maybe before I go. And yeah, I sincerely appreciate you guys coming today, as always. Okay, question, guys. Did you like that bored as fuck host I did the other day? Was the guy entertaining? Do you want to go there? Because otherwise, I don't like him. Bruh, that's a bit brutal. Wait, I don't really see anyone else I could host right now, so I'm gonna host the guy for now. You don't have to stay if you don't want to. You can just say hi and then move on with your life, you know, as always. But yeah, I'll be sending you guys towards that guy if I can find him. What do you mean no channel found? He's right there. Okay, well, Twitch is not finding his channel for some reason. So, you know what? You guys are dismissed. Go do whatever the fuck you want. Twitch doesn't want me to host anyone. Alright. Take it easy, guys. Have a nice one. See you tomorrow.